watch me far away, see me far away. Shabada, tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have, because I have myself. Then think say na defense. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, you go like to pretend. Do not run away. Kind of over than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am. Ohaneze Ndigo, how na day? I don't come to speak my mind with no delay. Let them know say una eyes clear about una way. Watch out, many things they happen in that country you dey. So some people trouble upon people every day. Even when you dey, you go talk say you know dey. I need to understand why this one about. I need to understand why the truth apart. The promise that we got and nationalize. The promise we will live and no complaints. Somebody watch me far away, watch me far away, see me far away, see me far away. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have, because I have myself. Then think say na defense. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, you go like to pretend. Do not run away. Kind of over than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am. Samara, ta ta ta, cake samara, boomba. See, I come back again to tell people say, now here we dey. We don't come to stay. I say no retreat, no surrender. We're living big, but no arrange. Look at the soldiers killing innocent Biafrans every day. Look at Islam is killing innocent Christians every day. It's depending on you, it's depending on you, it's depending on you. Chukwuoki Kobiama, Mataranyo say Yemaka, Mataranyo say Yemaka. I know Ginaka, that is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I know. That is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I know. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Muhammad one. Umu Biafra nile, ayisigi gabaniru. Onyaka ya docha, weli feneme. Onye na ya nejuno yine, juku kwa mawaja. You are whiter than snow. Oku kibesi oku. We stand where you stand. We say no secret trial. Onyinye chuku, ezosika, osiki, Muhammadike, no secret trial. Prophet Yahweh's young, Osiki, Ahamadike, Osiki Jisike, Matus, Ejike, Koni, Osiki, one day Puja Bija, Sikwa, no well if a name, oh well if an affair, oh well if an actor. Ezi nwanne m Victor Chimezie Okorochukwu Igbo Network Television London Osiki jisike na hakwụ gị n'azụ ụmụ Biafra niile nke dị n'ụwa Asiki gaba n'iru no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial no secret trial. Hey! Watch me far away, see me far away, tell me what you saw, I will show you what I have, because I have myself, oh, then think say na defense, oh, make you watch my back, now wait till you they see, yeah, unless you have the sense, oh, you go learn to pretend, oh, do not run away, find us over than you, that is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am, that is why I say, that is why I say.
The Prince Sampe where are my socks, man? Let me feel it. Sample. I like the way you dey blow up. Now so it don't clear for their eyes. Hey! Biafra we come like this. Them never know say Biafra we come like this. Them never know, Biafra we come like this. Them never sabi say oh Biafra we come like this. Them never realize oh Biafra we come like this. Them never know, Biafra we come like this. Them never know say Biafra we come like this. I say them never know say no. Biafra we come like this. They never know. Biafra we come like this. Sometimes I wonder why some people just they mumu themselves. Nigerian government, they just they yaya themselves. Then just they fight with them don't lose. I love my Biafra. Biafra is my nation. I say I love my Biafra. Whether rain or sun, you, I go day in Biafra. I go live in Biafra. Now him I want you. Now him they give me joy you. Now him I love you. Biafra is my portion. They never know say Biafra we come like this. I say they never know say Biafra we come like this. They never know. Biafra we come like this. never know say
Biafra we come like this.
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 Them never know say
Biafra we come like this.
Them never know say
Biafra we come like
they
this.
never know, they never know, they never know, they never know, they never know.
Biafra we come like this.
Yeah. Sample Biafra no. Biafra welcome. The land away full with honey and milk. The land away full with wisdom. Oh. You never know. You still dey sleep. You never know. You still dey sleep in zoo. Before you realize, Oga, we don't pass you. No dey do gra for wetin you know you don't lose. No dey do shekeleke for wetin you know you don't lose. You never know say
Biafra we come like this.
you never know say na.
Biafra we come like this.
Brother, Oka dey make it now raw.
Biafra we come like this.
They never know say
Biafra we come like this.
they never sabi say oh.
Biafra we come like this.
Janja wait, they never know.
Biafra we come like this.
I say Biafra will become like this.
Biafra we come like this.
I say
Biafra we come like this.
I say
Biafra we come like this.
see those who plan evil against us as fall. Then leaves and peace and forest come enter our land. Then say na python dance. Then say na crocodile smile. Then say na army checkpoint. Then come send their herdsmen. Waiting we do demo. Waiting they happen no. We be freedom fighters. We no want to wahala. Make una carry una trouble go. Now we don't live una. Yelele. They never know say
Biafra we come like this.
I say they never sabi say yo.
Biafra we come like this.
They never know say
Biafra we come like this.
you see they beat them like dream for ayo.
Biafra we come like this.
They never know say anya nana.
Biafra we
Oh, Chukwu okike abịama. Ụmụ Biafra na yogi. Si bịa n'ụlọ anyị. Yo. Alili egwu mgbe. Sampe rolanyo na rolanyo Chineke rolanyo na rolanyo Chineke rolanyo na rolanyo norakwanyo na norakwanyo onweghị mgbe ike mmadụ ga-aga ike si onweghị mgbe ike kwesụ ga-aga ike gị na nro onye kere ụwa nụrụ n'anya Chimarobi nụrụ n'anya eze biko onweghị mgbe ike mmadụ se enyemaka na-arụ na-eme. Eze nụrụla anyị o. Olisado bịa onye ukwu na-ebe onye nta na-ebe o. Bịa nụrụla anyị ji anyị sunu bịa kelee maka na arụ na-eme. Ogbugbu na-egbu ụmụnne m, ọ na-agbakwa m anya mmiri. Ogbugbu na-egbu ụmụ Igbo, ọ na-eju m akwa. Ọbara ụmụnne m ejuwo n'ala niile. Ọbara ụmụ Imo steeti ịma na ọkwafusiana Isadododo bịa batara anyị ọsọ enyemaka maka na ihe na-eme na be anyị o. Ihe na-eme na Ebonyi steeti ọkwa trela ka eji ebuzu ndị mmadụ. Ịbatanụ na Anambra ihe dị egwu mere mee. Ihe dị egwu mere na Mkpọ, ihe dị egwu mere na Nanoye. Eze ndị eze ịbatazie na Enugu steeti ihe dị egwu mere mee. Ihe dị egwu mere na-emene ebe ụmụ Igbo na-agụ akwụkwọ. Leka anyị ga-akọdowe ha dịbe ka njezienu na Bangwa nke dị n'Abia steeti. Ihe dị egwu mere mee na Ikesi nke dị na Laba. Olisado bịa nụrụla anyị o. Olisado bịa hichaa n'anya anya mmiri. Eze Eze Chukwu okike bịa ma Olisado anyị na-ayọ gị Chukwu Olisa ọmpresi na-arịọ gị aka ji ọfọ na-arịọkwa gị. Nnamdi ụmụ Igbo na-ebe akwa nụrụla anyị bịa ije n'anya ya mmiri. Sampe Nnamdi Kanu a na-ekpo afọ ime aka ebe kwanụ unu makwanụ kochala ya na jofia unu makwa na nkili ka nekili odido ejili odido eli ozu ija okirikiri ka na abu ose denuba anari lekwanu onye amụma rapụkwanụ onye amụma onye ahụ ke na-etipụ n'ọzara Nnamdi onye amụma onye bụ onye na-esi ọnwụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na ọfụgo onye na-ebe akwa n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-eti ya ka ọ na-ezo ka anyị na onye amụma Nnamdi onye amụma ụmụ Biafra karịrị onye unite ala Biafra balansọ ala ọma ebe Chukwu kwadoro ndị ya we must go anyị galarịrị we must go anyị galarịrị n'ala anyị ọ bụ onye na-etipụ n'oke ọzara ọhamadike Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma ọ bụ onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma Nnamdi anyị na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na ọ bụ onye na-aba mba n'oke ọzara ka anyị laba onye amụma ụmụ Biafra ọ bụ onye na-etipụ n'oke ọzara nọ ka anyị laba onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma Nnamdi ọhamadike Nnamdi onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na ọhamadike Nnamdi onye amụma Nnamdi onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na ọ bụ onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma Sampe onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-etipụ n'ọzara ka anyị na onye amụma Chukwu okike abịama ụmụ Biafra na ayọ gị si bịa n'ụlọ anyị alili egwu mụ Habibia onye ka ị ga-akọsara okwere ogbugbo na-egbu anyị ọ na-eri makwa ogbugbo na-egbu m igbo nọ na mama chukwu dodo olisa dodo ọtara anya sị enyemaka na-arụ na-eme eze nụrụ n'anyị olisa dodo bịa onye ukwu na-ebe onye nta na-ebe bịa nụrụ n'anyị ji anyị sunu bịa kelee maka na arụ na-eme ogbugbo na-egbu ụmụnne ọ na-agbakwa m anya mmiri ogbugbo na-egbu ụmụ igbo ọ na-eju m akwa ọbara ụmụnne m ejuwo n'ala niile ọbara ụmụ Imo steeti ịma na ọkwafusiana dododo batara anya sị enyemaka maka n'ihe na-eme na banyị ihe na-eme na Ebonyi steeti ọkwa trela ka eji ebuzu ndị mmadụ ịbatanụ na Anambra ihe dị egwu mere ihe dị egwu mere na Mkpọ ihe dị egwu mere na Nanuobiye ịbatazie na Enugu steeti ihe dị egwu mere ihe dị egwu mere na-emene ebe ụmụ Igbo na-agwa akwụkwọ ole ka anyị ga-akọdowe ha dike ka njezienu na Bangwa nke dị na Abia steeti ihe dị egwu mere na Igesi nke dị na Laba Olisado bịa dụruola anyị Olisado bịa hichaa n'anya anya mmiri
The English had appropriated the religion in 1534 and they now had their Anglican church complete with the monarch as its head. The Scots had appropriated their own and they had the Presbyterian church. The Greeks had their Greek Orthodox. The Armenians, the Armenian Orthodox. The Roman Catholics were even bolder. They called it the Roman Catholic Church. So that even when they are in Uganda, it's not Ugandan Catholic Church, it is the Roman Catholic Church. And you are going there and you are saying you are Roman Catholic Church. The Bible is now the greatest instrument in creating false industries in the continent of Africa. And that is not to be celebrated. It is to be frowned upon. And we who claim
What we have been experiencing is that we have, as people, been borrowing other people's eyes to see, which is wrong. So, I'm going to ask you why you think that to borrow somebody's name and claim that is your name is acceptable unto your creator.
Okay, Daddy, so what is the plain truth that we have left and what have you borrowed?
What we have borrowed is what reflects on your hair. You have borrowed that one. In the beginning of the confusion, the Greeks came into Egypt. They colonized, they stole everything and sent them to Greece. Now today, if you're going to talk about philosophy, you will talk about Socrates, you will talk about Plato, you will talk about all these crazy people. Pythagoras theorem, you have read about Pythagoras theorem in school, right? Who was Pythagoras? At the time the Pythagoras theorem was being developed, the pyramids of Egypt had been built. And it was the same theorem which was used in building the pyramids 6,000 years before Pythagoras' great-grandfather was born. So what theorem did he bring? If the Kaaba is the black rock, they go and dance around the black rock, and our people here will also put up money to go and dance around some black rock somewhere. And they said it was Abraham who hit some stick on the ground and the water started gushing out. Then you ask yourself, who was Abraham? Where was he? Then they tell you that, oh, Abraham was the same person as Ibrahim, and you believe. You hold on to that one. And when you have one city, you want to go and be called a stranger. You go to Mecca, you come back, you are called what? Al-Hajj. Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger. And you glorify yourself. And you are walking around and they are calling you Al-Hajj, Al-Hajj, and you are happy.
Ojofu ga-analili Chukwu okike abịa ma chi nna nna anyị ochie Chinafu na Ifeafu na nzuzo anyị ekene gị. Chukwu onye kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya, ekene m unu. Ọbasi bi n'eluigwe ekene m gị. Chi nna nna anyị ochie ekene m. Asị m na ọmụwa bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo, ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Nwa bụ ugwu nwane ka anyị ike ijim na ụmụ uchu ugwu eze n'ọnụ ọgba n'ike. Asị m na ekene m unu na okene dike na nke mere eme ike adịghị ime ọzọ. Chukwu okike abịa ma Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya. Chi nna nna anyị ochie Chinafu na Ifeafu na nzuzo. Chukwu mara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Chukwu mmụọ, mmụọ ka mmụọ. Chukwu agbara, Chukwu arụkwụsị niile. Chukwu eke, Chukwu orie, Chukwu afọ, Chukwu nkwọ. Akpọkọ ụmụ unu taata bụ ụbọchị afọ. Asị m na ahịa taa bụ ụbọchị afọ. Na ahịa taa ga-afụpụla anyị anya ndị ilo, fụpụla anyị ụbịam, fụpụla anyị ogbenye, fụpụla anyị ọnwụ, fụpụla anyị ụchọ, fụpụla anyị ndị ilo, ma fụtara anyị nnwere onwe, fụtara anyị ndụ, fụtara anyị udo, fụtara ụmụ Igbo niile ndụ, fụtara anyị udo, fụtala anyị ọganilu ma fụnata Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na ụmụ Igbo niile ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ka a na-akpọkugo oku wee sị gị bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efogo. Asị m na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye ndị Igbo niile. Taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye ụmụ Biafra niile. Na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma wee nye ụmụ IPOB niile. Na taa bụ ụbọchị afọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ọma nye Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m na-eje anaba isi ije akụfesi ọdala awọ. Chukwu okike abịa ma agbara na-agbara onye ukwu agbara onye nta, ụkpaka na-agba n'oge nke ya gaa n'ogwu, ọchụlagụ zọgbu enyi, ọkwa gị bara na-azụ nwa, igirigo ọgụ mmụọ, ọtụfa na ọfọ ndị mmụọ, ugwu a na-arị atụ egwu, ọgbara nkịta okwu jiri n'ọnụ ya. Asị m na tata na chi jiri eji efuola. Mụọ bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba arịọ gị Chukwu okike abịa ma arịọ m gị ndụ n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile, n'isi ụmụ Biafra, n'isi Nnamdi Kanu. Ọya ka m wetara ọjị a ka unu bịa nabata ya bụ ọjị. Ọkwa na okirikiri ka ọ na-agba ukwu ose na ọ naghị arị ya enu. Asị m na okirikiri ka ndị ilo ga-agba anyị na ha agaghị enweta anyị. Nọọ nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. Na nkirikiri ka ndị ilo ga na-ekiri anyị na ha agaghị afọ anyị anya. Chukwu okike abịa ma ọbasi bi n'eluigwe, osebụrụ ụwa, chi nna nna anyị ochie, chi na-afụ na ifafụ na nzuzo, Chukwu mara onye obi ya dị ọcha na onye aka ya dị ọcha. Akpọkọ ụmụ gị. Asị m na oji ọfọ ga-analịlị, na nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Nwoke na-akpọ Chukwu okike abịa ma, nwaanyị na-akpọ Chukwu okike abịa ma. Chukwu asị m na ị maara onye na-akpọ gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Asị m na ọkpara gị bụ Nnamdi Kanu nọ n'ime ụlọ mkpọrọ na-ata afụfọ. Ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị Eke, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị Orie, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị Afọ, ọ na-akpọ gị ụbọchị Nkwọ. Asị m gị dododo ga napụta Nnamdi Kanu. Na Nnamdi Kanu bụ ọnụ na-ekwuru ndị Igbo, ọnụ na-ekwuru mba niile. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m gị dododo napụtara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Tinye ugo, nye ya ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ, mee ka ọnụ niile kwuru njọ n'isi ya tụgharịa ikwu mma. Chukwu okike abịa ma eze nwanyị mmiri, oke osimiri, osimiri ọgba, isi ọgba ncheta ncha, akpọkọ m unu. Eze nwanyị a n'ike wawa, oke arụsị na n'ike. Asị m na ojiro nwaanyị aga anyị. Ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba, aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Asị m na ọmụ na-akpọ unu. Si unu bịa dododo bịa na bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efuola. Akpọkọ ụmụ gị eze nwanyị idodi ikwune m, eze nwanyị nwee na-ebu ngwu nge n'ụzọ oke ngwu bi n'agụ, anyị ọnọgba ugwu ọnọgba, isi ọgba ọnọgba, akpọkọ ụmụ unu. Anyị ncheta ncha akpọkọ ụmụ unu, anyị Igbo niile akpọkọ ụmụ unu. Eze nwanyị ama mbala, eze nwanyị osimiri Njaba, ọnwụ unu nwoke na-akpọ unu. Eze nwanyị Ebonyi, asị gị bịa tara ọjị na chi jiri eji efuola. Bịa tara ọjị n'isi Nnamdi Kanu, bịa tara ọjị n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị, bịa tara ọjị n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Nye anyị mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke anyị. Nye anyị mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke anyị. Nye Nnamdi Kanu mmeri na mmeri ga-abụ nke ya.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of December 2022, being Oboche Afo, Tabo Oboche Afo. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers in this hallowed platform, where we preach the gospel of freedom, the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of liberation, both mentally and physically. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukwu Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon, though he has been released by the Nigerian court. But the caliphate is still holding him. But make no mistake about it. He must be released. Nigeria must obey their courts, their court order, their court verdict. They have given a verdict that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released, discharged and acquitted, and should never stand any other trial in any Nigerian court. Therefore, Nigeria must obey their own courts. For you to understand, to see how lawless the zoo called Nigeria is. But we must continue, and he must be released. Therefore, before I continue to the subject matter of today, we are late. It's not the problem is not of my making anyway, but we must continue. I will bring in Nwada to introduce yourself before I go on. Nwada, please, welcome to the program. Over to you.
Good afternoon, sir. Mazi Jonathan. How are you today, Mazi? Good afternoon to my fellow Biafrans. Good afternoon to the leadership. Good afternoon to Ahmadike, wherever he is. I know he may not hear me, but I'm sending my greetings through the vibration medium. I hope he feels it. We continue to pray for him. We continue to pray for strength for him. We continue to pray that God, who has started the good work in his life, we believe, we know, we can ascertain, we can proclaim that this our Chukwokika is more than able to bring him out alive for us. We believe that we are praying that God will sustain him, give him every strength he needs, every wisdom he needs to come out in full strength, come out in good life, and then I will continue on the march until we actualize Biafra. So my fellow Biafrans, my name is Marien Haider. I am from but today I'll be speaking from you from United States of America. Welcome to the program. As usual, get your popcorn, get your cookies, get your wine and relax as we unfold what one of our greatest lecturers of the time is about to bring to us. I yield back, Mazi. Thank you. God bless.
There were, we must continue. Let me
and relax as we unfold what one of our greatest lecturers of the time is about to bring to us. I yield back, Mazi. Thank you. God bless.
There were, we must continue. Let me
and relax as we unfold what one of our greatest
Orthodox. The Roman Catholics were even bolder. They called it the Roman Catholic Church. So that even when they are in Uganda, it's not Ugandan Catholic Church, it is the Roman Catholic Church. And you are going there and you are saying you are Roman Catholic Church.
Was the same person that Ibrahim, and you believe, you hold on to that one, and when you have one city, you want to go and be called a stranger. You go to Mecca, you come back, you are called what? Al-Hajj. Al-Hajj simply means that you are a stranger, and you glorify yourself, and you are walking around and they are calling you Al-Hajj, Al-Hajj, and you are happy.
Ojiofo ga-analili Chukwokike Abịama Chinna nna anyị ochie Chinafuni
of the confusion. The Greeks came into Egypt. They colonized the
niile ebe Igbo bidoro na ebe Igbo kwụsịrị na
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of December 2022, being Oboche Afo. Tabo Oboche Afo. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers in this hallowed platform where we preach the gospel of freedom, the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of liberation, both mentally and physically. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Every single soul that is we are lost is one of us, minus. This game is not finishing today or tomorrow. We are in for a long haul. So when you finish killing our youth, the engine of our society, when the time comes, what are we going to do? I'm going to yield him.
We must continue in what we are doing, because what propels us is superior argument. That is it. We always want, look, our religious discussions, our discussions here, we are not know it or no. We want people opposing arguments to call when the lines are open. You call. You challenge with facts and figures. You debate in a civilized manner. That is, I always call for this. Our leader made this thing very simple. When he was broadcasting, morning and night, he always opens the lines. Why? For people to bring their opinion. Even your opposing opinion is allowed. Only be ready to answer questions if need be. Be ready, in order to, debate in a civilized manner. Finish. Convince me that what I'm saying is wrong. We are not fighting. It's not something personal. I don't know you. You don't know me personally. You know what we are doing. We are looking for the best way. We are looking for the superior arguments. That is what we are upholding. Until today, people never come. That is why, I say, you see these people that call themselves that are so Christianized. I'm telling you, I have watched many of them. They are suffering from complex. That is what I could put it. They will never come up to challenge you openly in a debate. It's not a quarrel. Look, I don't care. I'm a type of person. You can convince me, and I bow. You can talk. Biafrans, people will listen all over the world. Disturbing, and people will call to ask questions. You understand? Many of us that is it. Must have seen for people to think that we are this imported religion as a weapon. I am telling you today, it's a weapon. Until we find out it's a weapon. It's not something bad. For the weapon is a weapon. Weapon is only bad to the victim, but it's good in the hand of the handler, the victim. Through all angles, you understand? All levels. Weapon in the hand of, you understand? Now, this Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, who is a certified, a non-terrorist, he entered the office as the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy in 2019. And do you know what they do now? Listen, Tebonka. That is why listening to Radio Biafra London, you get some informations, very private, privileged informations. Many people or some people might have seen it, but let me say it. What these people the Nigerian government is doing now. You know, this NIN, National Identity Number, which they are collecting from everybody in Nigeria, and they use it, connect it to your account, to everything. Under normal circumstances, it's normal anyway. But in the case of Nigeria, living in a terrorist enclave is troublesome. They collect all this data. Now they look for Igbo people names. They use it to register phone lines. Phone listing. Your NIN. You don't know that they have used it to register phone lines, which they give to terrorists and kidnappers. What I'm telling you is what is going on. Many people are in trouble. Igbo people, they will check the identity. The number. Information is there. Look at how. Do you see how they do things in Nigeria? Whereas every other place, the law protects your information. The law protects your information. But in Nigeria, as long as Nigeria continues existing, the Fulani Caliphate is in charge. Now what they do, they use your information without you knowing. They register phone lines, phone numbers, SIM cards, and the numbers they give you, the SIM cards they give you to terrorists, to kidnappers, so that by chance, when they are tracking, as they are committing their terrorist activities, they will track the number, they will track the line, they will see, is Mr. Chigozie Okonkwo. Mr. Chigozie Okonkwo, who is doing his normal, usual business, don't know nothing. Maybe in Abuja, in Lagos, in Aba, in Onitsha. You don't know that you are NIN, National Identity Number. The SIM card, the number the kidnappers and terrorists are using to commit crimes is under your name. So that when they track it, they will just come and pick you. You'll be saying, what happened? They say, you are a kidnapper. You are a terrorist. You murdered, you collected the 5 million ransom. These all are in your name. Listen, in order to check whether your identity is used to register any other number. Now, what you do is to dial star 785 hash. Star 785 hash. Do you understand? Star 785 hash. Dial it like that. Now, when you dial it, you select 4. Number 4. It says view your NIN status. Once you select that 4, now you click 2. It says view numbers linked to your NIN. When you view, now from there you will check the whole numbers that are registered in your identity, your NIN, NIN, National Identity Number. If there is any number there that you don't know about, it's not you that registered it, please immediately go to MTN direct, go to the office and report. They are using it to kill our people now. This is government orchestrated. They use Igbo names, Igbo identity numbers in order to register both for criminal numbers that they give to criminals, to terrorists, to kidnappers, all. So that if anything that happens, if they track the number, they will come to you. They will just come and pick you. This is what we are suffering in Nigeria. When we talk about this, All these so-called Igbo politicians, they don't give a damn about what is happening to us. All they talk about is the unity of Nigeria, the unity of Nigeria. The unity of Nigeria at whose cost? At whose cost? Now, we should be wise. They are dealing with us. The Fulani Caliphate is dealing with us with state apparatus. Nigeria state apparatus is in their hand. Pantami is the one responsible for this. Pantami, you know, when he was put into office, we were shouting here to the extent even you see Christian Association of Nigeria, some people they stage a supporting rally for him. That, oh, he's wake up. For you to understand what we are suffering here. People kept quiet. A terrorist, a complete non-terrorist. They take your name. You know, it's in the database. Whether Nigeria have database, they take all those your identities. It's with them. They will select Igbo names. They will use it to register SIM cards and deliver it, give it to terrorists to be using, so that anything that happen, they will trace it to you. You will be in your Aba, in Omoahia, in Bayasa, in Iguacha, doing your legal business innocently. They will just come and pick you, say, you are a kidnapper. Oh, you are selling arms to terrorists. You are this, you are that. And if care is not taken, you'll be killed silently. These are some of the ways they are using to eliminate us, our people, one by one, quietly. You know, once they bring it out, they arrest the person. Maybe the person is living his normal life, doing his normal business, doing his work. Before you know, they will say, oh, this is the kingpin, kidnap kingpin. They will call what is this, a useless Arise television and Channels television. They are journalists. They will come with camera. How many people have you killed? So you are camouflaging with this your shop. Oh, you are camouflaging with this your hotel, not knowing that you are a kidnapper. How many people have you killed? And you yourself, you see the person is innocent of everything. You don't even know what is happening. Do you see the precarious situation we are in Nigeria? We need to face the reality. If we continue being in Nigeria in the hands of the Fulani Caliphate, the Janjaweed, I'm telling you, we are going to finish. When I talk about finish, it's not only physical finishing. This is why South Sudan fought for 39 years. They understand the Janjaweed. They told Britain, you cannot leave us into the hands of these people. It's better you continue colonizing us, no problem. Oh, it's all of us, no problem. But to go and leave us in the hands of these people, instead all of us will die. And they pick up arms. Do you understand? And you see where they are today. After the whole difficulties, they are free. It doesn't matter. That is how it is. Our own, or some of the Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria. Now people are shouting election. If you become disappointed again, you are hopeless. Simply hopeless. We need to do this thing once and for all, and that is what we are doing. Let me also read this press release of 16th December. That is today's press release by IPOB. Nigeria government systematically killing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB. We, the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra, ably led by the indefatigable liberator Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, condemns the systematic state-sponsored torture and slow killing of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS custody by the Nigerian government. The world should take note of this atrocity going on in the DSS Abuja dungeon against the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nigeria government has deliberately planned to eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is illegally detained in the DSS solitary confinement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is battling heart problems and some mineral deficiencies which require medical specialist attention, but the Nigeria government have refused to release him as Nigeria courts ordered, nor have they allowed him access to his personal physicians. Instead, they have resulted in patronizing roadside pharmacies for his drug. These people are just going to buy drug for our leader on roadside pharmacy. God forbid bad thing. Instead, they have resulted in patronizing roadside pharmacies for his drug, which we see as a systematic and gradual diminishing and killing of his life and final elimination method. A few days ago, IPOB legal team members and a brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu visited him in the DSS custody, where he informed them that DSS agents have not given him his prescription drugs for 9 days and more. More so, DSS hasn't given him food for same day or for some days, claiming that they don't have money for his food and drugs. How pepestros. How pepestros. We, the global family of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, therefore call on the Nigeria government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu immediately if they can't afford his medications and food. IPOB is more than capable to provide for our leader the best medical services in the world and can give him any food of his choice, but it is their responsibility to ensure that he fits well with good medical attention, because they are illegally renditioning him, or they illegally renditioned him. IPOB will not take it lightly with them. If anything untoward happens to him, they cannot succeed in breaking him down. It is impossible. We in IPOB understand the recent actions of the DSS as a plot to systematically diminish and finally kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by starving him of his drugs and food. But we wish to remind the Nigeria government and all who are remotely interested in Nigeria to bear in mind that IPOB and in fact Biafrans will wage unending wars with Nigeria state if anything untoward happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is not a threat, but a promise that generations of Biafra must keep even after Biafra nation has been restored. Several times, we have called on Malame and his collaborators to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the cause of competent jurisdictions have ordered. More so, the UN working group gave directives for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released and be compensated by this Nigerian government, but Malami, the Fulani Kabas, and other self-seeking politicians who control the imposter called Buhari have refused to obey court verdicts and UN directives. Once again, we call on foreign embassies, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and all diplomatic missions in Abuja and Lagos in Nigeria to prevail on Nigeria and its security agencies, especially the DSS and Malami, to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and conduct a UN-supervised referendum for Biafrans to determine to stay in Nigeria or go home to Biafra nation. As Nigeria government through DSS wants to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by starving him and refusing to give him his medication, and at the same time they are sponsoring criminals in the eastern region to blackmail IPOB, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu serve as evidence that the agents who want to conquer and take over our ancestral lands are frustrated by IPOB and ESN operatives' resistance of their agenda. But they should tread with caution, lest they wake up the sleeping dog, thereby murdering slave for the entire nation for ages. They should understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu holds the temporary fragile peace that is being experienced in Nigeria today. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the indigenous people of Biafra. That is it. Now, we are continuously urging all and sundry for the interest of everybody to pressure Nigeria to obey their court order. That is it. That is all we continue saying. Nothing should happen to our leader. Although he is in jail, he is in the custody of DSS, the whole world know about it. So I will not talk much, but he must be released. That is it. Now let me just, there is this news. I want to just glance through the headline. US explains exclusion of 5 African leaders from summit. You know what happened? You know, the other day they went on, I think, a 3-day summit. You know, African politicians, they are just like, you know, chicken. America will call them all presidents and prime ministers in Africa. They will just run. Go. America, okay. Japan. We call the whole Africa, summon them, and they will come. In Japan. No dignity. France, the same thing. Even Italy can call them. The same thing. And you start wondering, what type of continent is this? Why no dignity? A continent, AU, African Union, the headquarters in Addis Ababa today is being built, head by China. It's only $200 million only. Money that one Alhaji, Fulani Alhaji will just write a check and it's done. I'm not talking about even a president or just ordinary Alhaji. We write a check of 200 million. They don't say no. Out of dignity, they didn't say no. China built everything and bug everywhere, so that even if you are whispering in every room, Chinese, they are listening. This is how bad it is. Now they went to America. You know, the other time Macron, the French president, went to America on an official tour to Biden, and that is the result of his tour. You know, France now is afraid of losing some of their slave countries in Africa. So they went for America to help them. Let me tell you what happened. Macron talked to Biden that, look, now, you know the other time Macron, France said Russia is peddling propaganda against West in Africa. And in this summit, America excluded the 5 African countries. 5. Guinea, number 1. Mali, number 2. Burkina Faso, number 3. Eritrea and Somaliland. You know why? Because they believe that these people, they are now trying to be on their feet as an independent country. Why should they go and talk to Russia or for help, you know, in one way or the other? Now, let me ask, if Africans are intelligent, do you know what they would have done? They would have told America, say, no, you must include these people. You must include these people. If you don't include them to come, we are not coming. Do you see the way Africans sold themselves during the slavery is what is happening today, but in another dimension. Today they are using African politicians to sell the whole of Africa. Do you understand? I don't know. I think you know that even in Ghana today, I think you know that they have a America base in Ghana, in the airport, Kotoka Airport. They call it, what do they call it? West African Logistics Network. That is the US military presence. Tell me, have you seen where America summoned the Asia? The Asian countries, or you come to America Asia Summit, and heard in America? No. Instead, if they are doing their summit in Asia, they will call America, they will invite America to come there in their land to address them. And you are asking, you are always demanding, equal treatment between you and any other person from other continents. Are you not foolish? Are you not foolish? You are demanding equal treatment. You are demanding equal treatment from people that are more than you. Is that not foolishness? Is that not foolishness? When any country, Japan, even Indonesia, Malaysia can call Malaysia African unit, and you see the whole African president, all of them go with no dignity. The worst, what pains me is these people they excluded. Why can't they stand and say no? We cannot go unless Haider is all of us. You see that these people, we are in a mess. Before God and man, we are in a complete mess. We are in a complete mess. In Africa, we are in a mess. Where they use, before they are using ordinary people to capture their own brothers in Africa to sell. Today, they institutionalize their stooges, their agents, as presidents, prime ministers, in order to deliver a whole country or whole countries. Joe Biden said that he called the impostor. He said he's a model of democracy. Hey, they will praise you in stupidity. They will continue praising you in stupidity. If you study history, you understand that before you become a you understand? America is a big country, is advanced, is most powerful, is chopping others, is exploiting others. Before Cuba, Castro take over by force in Cuba and pursue the American puppet there. America was a very good friend of Cuba. Very, very good friend of the former president of Cuba, Batista. But very corrupt, and the people were suffering. America was exploiting everything, taking the best part of Cuba. Which the president, their president, they are praising him. Oh, you are democratic. Oh, you are our partner. We work together. This and that. But the people are suffering, living in squalor. That was the reason why Fidel Castro saw that. In every exploitation, in every injustice, somebody one time must rise up and say, no, to hell with this. We cannot continue like this. And he did what he did. Cuban Revolution. Do you understand? For you to understand what is happening. These people, France now lobbied America, telling America now we are trying to lose people. If with the West they are the same. America and Europe, Western Europe, they are the same thing. We are losing people. We are losing all these our mugus, our mumu. They are now trying to challenge us. France lobbied America in order to bring them and bind them, force them to sign some treaties and praise them that, you have to be democratic process. We are going to continue helping you, giving you aids. The same way France lobbied even America during the time of Haiti, when Haiti defeated Napoleon Bonaparte's army. They lobbied America. The same thing is happening in our present. You know, history is repeating itself. Macron is lobbying, he lobbied Biden, and he summoned the whole Omo here in Africa. Oh yeah, everybody, oh yeah, come. Oh yeah, come. And all of them were happy. They call them leaders of people, leaders of countries. All of them were happy going to that summit. Even when 5 of their fellow African countries were excluded, which they should ask questions. But do you know what America explained? He said, no, it's not demo. The UN states, let me read it a bit. Yesterday clarified its decision to exclude 5 countries from US African Leaders Summit holding in Washington DC next week. According, that was he said next week because that was passed. You know, it's on 8th December. This news, because the summit has been held. According to the State Department's office, 49 African governments and African Union dignitaries were invited to attend the 3-day summit beginning Tuesday. However, 5 countries were excluded from the invitation: Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, Eritrea, and Somaliland. Justifying the exclusion yesterday, Senior Director for African Affairs at the National Security Council, Jude Devamont, said that the State Department wanted to respect the decisions of the African Union and did not invite countries the AU has sanctioned, as is the case of Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso. You understand? He said the other ones, Eritrea and Somaliland, were excluded because they don't have diplomatic relations with the United States. Okay, now, you see why I always say that, you see all these things they form. African Union, Economic Community of West Africa, say ECOWAS. They are all serving the interests of the West. Direct. There is no two ways about it. Anything that happens now, America, the West, they use all these unions in order to push them, pressurize them underneath, so that they do their bidding. Now, when they come on, they say, no, it is not us, it is the African Union. It is the African Union that did it. So it's ECOWAS. It's not also, it didn't concern us. You see, the worst form of colonization we are into. Had it been that these people are directly on top of us physically, we are seeing them, it would have been okay, because we are seeing them. We hold them responsible. Anything that happens, we say, it's you, it's you, it's you. They are here. I all going. But this time they are far. They are using their stooges in order to deal with us in a very tedious, evil manner. I'm telling you, it is very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. Now, before I bring in Nwa, there is also this news, just one news. December 15, 2022. Florida pastor and son arrested for allegedly using church COVID loan to buy $3.7 million mansion. You see it? These are people that we mount and preach to you how rapture is coming tomorrow, how heaven will fall. A Florida pastor, Evan Edwards, and his son Josh have been arrested for fraudulently obtaining $8.4 million in COVID relief funds and using most of it to the purchase of a luxury mansion on Disney World property in the United States. Listen. According to NBC News, Evan, President, and Josh, Vice President of the so-called Aslan International Ministry. Every time we are taken into federal custody from their family home in New Smyrna Beach. The arrest came after the Edwards Paycheck Protection Program funds were seized by the Secret Service way back in April 2020 after the Fed suspected their family ministry was bogus. Josh applied for the loan in April 2020, claiming his family's religious non-profit Aslan has 486 employees and a $2.7 million monthly payroll, according to a federal forfeiture complaint. Aslan's actual number of employees and payroll expenses were significantly lower or entirely non-existent, the indictment states. Do you see? Only away pastor that the Yoga no na command the fire on the pulpit. Thousands are watching him direct, other millions will be watching him through television worldwide. But he's a criminal. Do you see why I call them criminals? You know, Patrice Lumumba, which I put his voice, he said, they put church, Christianity or Christianization has become a very big business. That is how they programmed it in Africa. Now, but do you know one thing? This man was being arrested because he's in America. If he's in Nigeria, the miserable people that are being deceived are the people that will be defending him. Leave him now, he's a man of God. Can't you? Why are you judging him? Anything he do is between him and God. Don't judge. For you not to be judged. Don't judge. That is why Nigeria is Nigerian issue. Nigeria is smelling. It's disgusting. They cover evil. Through one way or the other. Through religion. They cover evil. In America, you don't do that. You don't do that. You are under the control of the government. Now, they don't know that they are being watched secretly. Now, the whole thing, they have concluded, before they can come out to make the arrest, they have every evidence at their disposal. Direct. So what will they deceive the members do? If it's in Nigeria, who will touch them? The Nigerian politicians will encourage them more. And miserable people will be going there thinking that they don't know that the more you look, the less you see. You know? That is why in Nigeria they are the richest. They are very rich. Because they deceive the gullible. Nigerians are very, very foolish and gullible. They don't understand what's up. I'm telling you. Once they come, they use religion because they are sentimental. If it's in Nigeria, who will touch this? Touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. That is what they will be quoting. Who will be quoting it? People, miserable people that are even dying of hunger. That are going to the church every day. So, sowing seed to this man. No, don't leave him with God. Don't talk anything. He's him and God. And get in there, Mekwen. One other, please. I don't know. You want to come in before we enter into the subject matter?
Yeah, Mazi. One of the things you just said, what you explained on the global stage is what is happening to us in that contraction or in Africa in general. What I'm trying to say is this is exactly the same craftiness that the slave masters used, and that was one of the things that perpetuated slavery, especially in America here. What they did, which is what the Fulanis have mastered, which is what the French and the Americans, played on this global stage right now. And that is what they're playing with the so-called elites and leaders in African continent. They will select the very few, empower them, and let them compromise themselves. Once they're able to get them in that position, they don't have to directly come in to do bits. So they use these individuals. So when you raise an alarm, they'll say, but that's your own people. It is not us. Meanwhile, there are the masters behind closed doors that are pulling the strings of the puppet. That's what happened. That led, the modern way of colonization or slavery. That is why you see we have been screaming. You find out that all the leaders, politicians are in that contraction in Biafra and wherever, in Africa in general, are being selected. So when IPOB is saying we are not interested in whatever is happening, whether there's going to be election or not, we have no comment. That is the reason why we are saying it. Because these things are pre-planned. The person that's going to be the president of Nigeria today has already been predestined by these colonial masters. And that has to be an individual that they know that is heavy with all manner of corruption. So they put the person in there and the person becomes their puppet they'll be using to deal with the society. And this individual is handicapped because the person is full of dirt. If the person wants to do anything, they will pull his or her dirt up. So because we keep asking the question, why is it our people don't care about us? They are in bondage more than even you and I. That is what is going on. So that's what happened on the global stage you're calling Earth now. It's intentionally done. So that's why we are telling people that it doesn't matter the person that comes into power, that wins the election. The person is already corrupt. The person is already compromised. Again, ask yourself, why do they have to go to Britain to hold whatever you call it, whether it's a question and answer, whether it's a debate, whether it is whatever advice, at the Chatham House of London? They have gone there and they debriefed them. Any one of you that wins, these are the roles you must play. So, why do they do that? So that we'll continue to attack our people, rightfully so. But the point is that they'll be coming out and saying, we are not the one responsible for your problem, it is your people. Meanwhile, they're holding the people like this is a fly that's perched on a man's whatever. So that's the dilemma we are in. That is why we are advocating that we must exit, and that we are not only going to exit, we're going to lay a clean foundation on this new nation we are trying to build, where equity and fairness and justice and transparency is going to be our true mantra. Because once you get yourself corrupted, that's how these people that run the globe come in. They will encourage you to go into that corruption. They will encourage you to be the one that perpetuates your people. Just like somebody like Uzodimba today. Uzodimba is a damaged good. Umar is a damaged good. I'm calling the ones that is so apparent. Tell me now, if for any reason, tomorrow they come to vie for election, if you place them in that election, they win the election, and then the power there be that matters wants to use them, can they say no? Because we know that they are the same people that's going to help them to get into that power. They cannot say no, because once they say no, the next thing will be, oh, you committed genocide when you were the governor. That's what they will do. So, because it's apparent that they have committed genocide, but ask yourself, why is nobody talking about it? These people have killed their people. Muike, all of them, they have killed our people. But nobody is raising an eyebrow. International community, you think they don't see them? They see them. You think Nigeria is not aware? They are aware. But they are waiting to see them take a misstep. Then they will open the book for them, or their books for them. So that's the problem we are in, and that is why we're encouraging our people. Nobody is stopping you from voting any election, but know that you are just recycling your issue, perpetuating your issue, because when you have the same thing coming up, the expected result is there. That's what we're talking about. It's an old game the slave masters did. They're still doing it today. Select those crazy ones among you, put them in a position of power, use them to do their bit. So the Fulanis have mastered the craft. That is the problem we have, our leaders, our so-called elected leaders, that's why they can't do a thing. So that's what I wanted to highlight there. It's an old game, it's nothing new. So, but again, like you rightly said, the world we are in is dog eat dog. Until we rise up and realize that only us can save us from this perpetual quagmire they have put us in. If we are waiting for the so-called elite to help us, no, they cannot help us, because they are all compromised in one way or the other. Man, let's forge ahead with the program.
Of course. There were. There we continue. Today we are going to continue on our series Upholding Our Values Part 8. And today we are going to talk about social order. Social order. Upholding Our Values Part 8. Social order. Order. That Biafra. The 17th day of December 2022. You know, people don't understand. Many people wrongly believe that before Europeans come that there was nothing like order, social order in our land. That is how bad it is, because our people don't study history. They don't listen even to older people. You understand? Even the verbal, oral history that is being told, they don't listen. They don't know. Near maybe go. Now, I ask, if you're always defending the foreign religion that is being brought to us to wipe our normal natural values out, believing whatever jargon crap they brought, why are we still alive? Because we came from those people you call primitive people, those people, people you say, a time in the life of human beings. People were even naked, not only in Africa, but in Europe. It's natural. Until people started evolving, developing, trying to understand things and change, be putting on things, issues, that is it. So, when you are talking about yapping our ancestors, you shouldn't be alive, because without them, there will be nothing like us. Without our ancestors, there wouldn't have been nothing like us. Do you know, sometime you will become an ancestor? I will become an ancestor. You know that? In the next 300, 400 years, all of us will become ancestors. Don't you know that? In the next 400 years, every human being that is breathing today has long gone. I say both the one that is even in the stomach today will be referred to as their ancestors. The generation that time. So we are talking about the subtopic social order under upholding our values. Let me define social order, because I used to step from step 1. We go. Social order is the totality of structured human interrelationships in a society or a part of it. Do you understand? That is a social order. It is the tendency of social institutions to resist and regulate change. You know, change is constant. Social order have to regulate change, because if there is nothing like social order, changes will be, it will not be coordinated. This one will change and become an here. The other one will change and become another thing. But the social order helps, the tendency of social institutions to resist and regulate changes, regulation of changes. There are changes that will come say, no, we don't need this one. But if they leave individuals to do as they want, you see, in Nigeria there is no social order. That's why everything jaga jaga. In a human body, ask yourself, why is it that right from babyhood, a child will be born, some are less than 3 kilos or highest 4 kilos, 2.5 kilos. A child, a baby, when he was born, highest 4 kilos or 4.5 or 4 point something. This 2 kilos plus will start growing and be growing uniformly. Let people understand what I'm saying. Do you know why? There is a regulation in the body, hormones, everything that is that is there in the body in order to regulate every growth. If there is nothing like that regulation, maybe ear will be growing, only ear. Before you know, ear will grow and become 20 kilos, only ear. Or only mouth will be growing, while leg is still tiny. You know, when something of such happens, it is anomaly. It is no more normal. There is a disturbance, distortion, or malfunctioning of the social order. You understand? So what am I saying? The growth of a society, advancement of a society should be regulated. That is the social order. So that when things are changing, like the Japanese, before, you know, the samurais, they were using old system of combat, of different methods, the old medieval system. Before they can enter into the modern type of warfare, it was regulated. People argued for it. People fought, and there, you know, others said no. Before, you know, it's a society. Some will say yes, some will say no. Now the people will be weighing it. It will become a national discourse for some time. People will be weighing until now they will take decision. That is regulation of social order. Just as I use example of the body, a child will be growing. That child you born as 3 kilos with tiny leg. Before you know, everything is growing uniformly. Why is it so? Why is the leg not only one leg growing, the other one tiny remain there? Because there is a regulation in the body. That is, in this case, that is the social order. To make, you know, growth will become uniform. It's not one-sided. Do you understand? Our people, our ancestors had this. Our ancestors had this social order. That is why they were able to live and born people that 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 born us till today. You understand? Without social order, they would have killed themselves into extinction. Don't you know that? So that when you blame our ancestors, when you talk against them, you should close your mouth and think. Or you close your mouth in shame. Because you are their progenitor. You are you came from them. Stop talking against our ancestors. Because they had social orders, living in kindreds, living as human beings, you know, managing their life, doing things. Now we continue. Now, our culture is a set of values that puts importance on social harmony and hard work. That is our value. That is our culture. You know, when we talk about our culture, our value, I used to say it here. Many mischievous people will misinterpret it. They continue misinterpreting it. Oh, they want us to go and start bowing down to this, bowing down to stone, bowing down. That you are lying to yourself. Our value is our life. The egusi soup we are eating today was invented by our ancestors. Do you understand? The okazi soup, all these things we are eating, we are invented by, we are discovered. Let me call it discovery. They were discovered inside the bush by our ancestors. Those that you are, you are belittling. Those that they tell you to cast them out by fire. Because you are foolish. That is the reason. Today, don't you ask yourself who discovered these things? Or do you think they are the Europeans that come and discover it for us? Some early European writers on Africa often described people of Southern Sahara as savages. You know, when you talk about savage, you mean violent, uncontrollable animals. uncontrollable. But that is born out of ignorance, discrimination, and hatred. Because they are not informed. That is why, and out of hatred, that is why they said that they often write that Africans were savages. History started in Africa only during the coming of the Europeans. That is life from the pit of hell. Stop buying to their propaganda. This generation, our eyes should be open. Do you understand? Now, I want you to remember the series of papal bull, that is papal decree, Pope, by Pope Nicholas V in 1452 to 55, where he literally gave the Christian Europeans, the right to enslave the pagan and savage sub-Saharan Africans. I've explained this here some time ago. Nicholas, but this is the person that encouraged through a decree, official decree of the church, Roman Catholic Church, because they are the people in power that time, giving them, their citizens, the right to come to Africa to enslave you, carry you like farm animals. Let me read some of the wordings of Pope Nicholas Diaso in 1452 to 55. He said in that decree, they call it papal bull, it's a decree, he signed a decree to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever. Saracens are Muslims and Arabs, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. Do you see? This is the person, Pope gave the Europeans the decree, the legitimacy to start what they are doing till today. Do you understand? Because before they did something, they said no, they have to, whether it is good, they have to fight legally to get, otherwise their government will not agree. But now Pope said no, it is your right to invade as Christians, as Europeans, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and the pagans whatsoever, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, counties, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert them to his and their use and profit. I quote, this is direct what he said, some part of what the decree a Pope made in 15th century, 1452-55. Ignorance, Hi, Chineke. Now, the church leaders argued, during that time, the church leaders argued that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behaviors among pagans. Calling Africans savages, having barbarous behaviors. Pagans. What this word that they coined, what you are still calling your own brother today, there is a pagan. Hey, we are what they program us to be. In this hollow platform, we are trying to reprogram ourselves. I'm telling you. You will put on again now one niggy or banagi. The same people. No, a pagan. No, a pagan. You see that they program us in order to self-destruction, self-destruct. And we are doing it very, very well. Through our daily wordings, through our belief system they introduce it to us, because he's not going to church with you. He's not going to the same denomination with you. You call him a Gentile. You call him a pagan. You call him an infidel. This is madness, honestly. Now I ask, who are the real barbarians, if not themselves? If not the Europeans? They are the real barbarians. When you study history, you see the atrocities they committed in this world. You will not even open your mouth to call your brother a Gentile. What the Europeans tell you to call your brother? They say, do not yoke yourself with a Gentile, together with your Gentile. What has light and darkness have in place? Oh, Chino Achebe will say, things fell apart, and the centers can no more hold. That is what we are suffering in our land. Note that whenever a set of people view fellow human beings as inferior due to religious or ethnic coloration, they are literally treated as objects and massacred without pity. That's why we glorify the old Jewish genocide against the indigenous people of Canaan as divine. You see it? God give them, go and kill even pregnant women, slaughter them, and they use it and they preach it today in a church, and we shout hallelujah. Oh, Chineke. But when you rise up to say it as it is, to talk historical fact, you see people coming out now. Why not? Now saying, "Oh, you are talking. Don't we have our own liberty?" But what about my liberty? What about my religious liberty? What about it? What about it? We glorify violence against people, that it is divine, because once you give a violence, ethnic or religious coloration is finished. You will kill that person or those people with, you don't see them as human beings, you see them as objects. And we glorify it in our worship centers as churches. Oh, read it. And they slaughtered. And they slaughtered thousands. Even pregnant women. They say, wipe them off. And they wipe them. And when Fulani are coming, you're crying. They call you infidel. You cry. You cry. You kill that infidel. You cry. Say, no, these people. You better be worried, honestly. You better be worried. The Fulani jihadists see us as infidels that needs to be wiped off the surface of the earth. In a more diplomatic way also, you see your fellow brother as an infidel or unbeliever or Gentile that needs not to be in your front line of brotherhood. That is what foreign religion brought to us has done. The way the Fulani are seeing us as infidel. When you see your brother, oh, you are Catholic, I'm CMS, so we cannot marry. You build that bridge, that blockade, which Europeans bring for you to block yourself against your own brother. For them to have it easy, you become to pay allegiance to them. You take somebody that is thousands of kilometers as your brother or the person you need to trust, more than your brother that you fetch the same river water, you go to the same market, but oh, it's an unbeliever, he's a Gentile, no, he's not a Christian, it's not, because you need deliverance. I'm telling you honestly, you need deliverance. We need to uproot it and go back to upholding our values. That is what we preach here, so that we will be able to build a very vibrant nation. Do you understand? Okay, let me continue. Now, because here we bring out historical facts, please. For people that don't like what we are doing, what we do, we bring out the historical facts so that when you listen to it, you go and make more researches to find out whether we are lying. During the reign of Queen Mary I of England, in 1553 to 1558, she revived the heresy laws which burnt more than 300 Protestant heretics alive in 3 years. Go and make your researches. Queen Mary I of England. Do you understand me? She burned more than 300, burnt alive. You know the way Deborah Samuel was burnt alive. And a video did, it went viral on the internet. And you see it and say, hey, Christianity did this thing 1 billion times. Do you understand me? What we say, we don't invent it, is a historical fact. You know, they don't like us to bring out this type of history. They will say, no, leave it like that. We can never leave it like that. It is impossible. We bring it out. Mary the first, you know, because she took office in 1544. She was reinstated in the throne, and that Mary the first was a Catholic. Now she reversed back, you know, a king or a queen of England being the head of the church. She reversed it because she's a Catholic church, a Catholic person. She reversed back and brought, you know, he restored the papal supremacy in England. You understand? And abandoned the title of supreme head of church. She reintroduced Roman Catholic bishops in England as of that time. And she brought back heresy laws to secure the religious conversion of the country. Do you understand me? And let me tell you, someone is said to be heretic when he believes things other than what Christian churches say. The person will be immediately executed, mostly by burning alive, just like the Islamic blasphemy law of today. When you see the law today, why these people they are bad, but the religion you are defending did this to people, millions of people all over the world, in the name of the religion. Do you know that? No, maybe you don't know. You think that, oh, Christian, it just come like this. Oh, Bible say you know quote or not. Okay, you don't know what passed, what transpired. You didn't know. That's why I always challenge you: go and make researches, please, before you talk. Let us stop talking on sentiments, only sentiments. Because of sentiment, you come out and talk. No. Go down. Go and make your researches. Reason like a human being you are supposed to be. It's not don't reason like a Catholic or CMS or Muslim. Reason like a human being, mother, that you are supposed to be. Make your researches. Now you come out with the reality. But when you are sentimental, you know, you block the truth from yourself. You block the truth from yourself. And you will continue, you know, rigmaroling in ignorance. You understand me? So, what you see that happen, what you saw happen to Deborah Samuel in Sokoto, she was stoned before she even can die. She was lighted and burnt alive. And when you saw it, everywhere, because you saw it on video. Let me tell you, church, you are defending today. Bible say, they did this thing to people. Millions and millions of people under heresy laws, under killing, you know, savages, killing barbarians, killing Gentiles, killing, you know, removing conversion of infidels. They slaughter children. That is why people that even their ancestors were demons, they are Europeans. You understand? When you complain about ancestors doing bad, they are Europeans. They committed atrocities everywhere, even against themselves. When you study the Scandinavians, what do they call them? Is it the Visigoths? They raid every time the lower part of Europe, Western Europe. They raid and kill, slaughter people and raid and go away. They killed themselves even in Europe. They committed atrocities, even in the name of religion. So they are the people that are supposed to be even evil. But today they program you to worship them. Nicholas, they are so you wala ya yo. Ina ga chaplet. Na yo. Now also, I urge you to also go back. I have read that letter here. Go and read the letter, the 1883 letter of King Leopold of Belgium to the Christian missionaries. This man slaughtered, this man slaughtered the Congolese, more than half of Congolese people. More than 18 million people. Do you know what is 1 million? 18 million people that time. He killed for fun. Because he said they are barbarians. They are not Christians. So these people, they are just the people that treat they will, you know how you build cage for a rabbit. They carry black children, put them in a cage in Belgium, and people will be coming to watch, paying money to watch the way they watch monkeys, and they will be given banana to eat. Say these are, and they are Christians. During the time of prayer, they will go and pray as Christians. Inhumanity to man, they did. But today you are defending them because you are ignorant. You don't know. When we say we come back to our values, we never committed this. Our ancestors never committed this type of these atrocities. No. But you demonize them. Why? Because they program you to do so. Remember, I'm talking about social order under upholding our values. Go and study the letter of King Leopold, 1883. He wrote that letter telling to the Christian missionaries the way to deceive, to bring he told the missionaries, say, if you are going there to tell them about God, they know God more than you. They are spiritual even. They are not even religious, but spiritual. You don't tell them, hey, don't sleep with your brother's wife, because they are pious. They are not conspicuous. Promiscuous. They go by the rule. So we are using you as missionaries to deceive them, convert them mentally, destroy their structure, their mental, their social order, so that their social order, it will become ours. And tomorrow they will be defending their conquerors, suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Is it not what we are suffering today? Many of us. The Bible say, hey, no, I'm a Christian. I'm good because I'm a Christian. I can't lie to you because I'm a Christian. You're a joker, simple joker. We are talking about restoring our values, social order. Listen, our ancestors employed the customary standards of conduct and negative sanctions for breach of norms to control the people prior to the advent of the Europeans, colonization and prisons. The Europeans first came to West Africa in 15th century. The first, I think 14 something, the Portuguese first. You understand? That was when they didn't start converting, bring Christian. No, they were doing trading. Until little by little they started bringing a church, bringing into the matter. You understand? And they started the pure colonization. After they have seen that they have conquered us mentally. That was when they come with force to colonize us, when they have weakened us for many centuries with their garbage. You understand? With their garbages. Now they say, okay, these people now is okay. Because the colonization started 19th century, 18 something. It's not long time. It's not so long time. Do you understand? But before them, our ancestors have been there. They employed the customary standards of conduct and negative sanctions for breach of norms to control the people prior to the advent of the Europeans, prior to colonization and prior to prisons. They employed the services of council of elders. Listen, that is our social order. The pure values, our pure values before the Europeans came. The council of elders. real elders. Old people we have today calling, say we are elders. No. Elders. That time, before the European come, that is how we established, our ancestors established a social order in our land. And everything was working well. The services of council of elders, age grade associations, title making associations, oracles, the Biafra fraternity, that is medicine men, secret societies, the myth of reincarnation, and the invocation of spirits of ancestors, Mau and ancestral worship, to preserve collective conscience. You know, when we talk about when they say ancestral worship, it is not real ancestral worship. It's the same way you invoke what do you call it? Nicholas, is it ancestor? Are you worshiping the ancestor? You know, you do some things, commit something, but after you blaspheme, you deride the order, the normal thing, but you are doing your own thing. That thing you are laughing at others that is we are doing it, but that is what you are doing. When you call Angel Gabriel, hey, Angel Gabriel is a fighting angel, is this, and who tell you that is what you are made to believe? Who is Gabriel? Who gave him that name? How do you know? Because Gabriel is a white person, so you believe. But when we talk about our ancestors, when we talk about Okereke, Osuji, you say no, these people are, hey, it's ancestral worship. It's life from the pit of hell. You are programmed to behave like that. That is it. It's not ancestral worship. All this to preserve collective conscience. All these were institutions that should have been developed, refined, or modernized to continue playing their good roles in nation building. But all were wholesomely demonized and abandoned due to Christianization. The surviving ones are always misused and portrayed in the negative light. Our ancestors lived in villages and some large towns, as others also did. Their means of subsistence were mainly farming and trading. Is it Europeans came to teach us farming also? That is what I'm telling you. I want you to understand that we have been living as human beings. Social order has been existing before Europeans came. They destroyed our social order and imposed theirs on us. And ignorantly today we are talking about, is it not them that bring development? Is it not because you are stupid? If they didn't come, we must develop, because had it been they came for trading, we're doing business. Now we will be developing, we'll be learning. As time goes on, we'll be developing our own thing, our own way. Do you understand? We'll be developing. Because before they come, before we start speaking English, aren't we speaking our language? Aren't we communicating? I ask. Aren't we, our ancestors, communicating to each other? How do they do that? It's something of 200, 300, 500 years back. Why are you always going back? Do you know, even some countries, some people in Asia at that time, they were even going naked. Don't you see in Amazon? Even till today, there are tribes that are still going naked. You understand? That is, everybody passed through this process. It depends on when people rise or when people work gradually while meeting other people. Now you learn from them and they learn from you on equal basis. But they came to our land, destroyed and conquered us, and turned us against our own values. That is the worst part of it. Other countries, other people resisted and were able to get, bargains to retain their languages, to retain their write-ups, their writings, their alphabets. But our own, they use Christianity in order to turn us against our own selves. And that is because that is where the worst part of it. And we cleared ourselves. We erased ourselves of our values. Do you understand me? You know, in Asia, the Japanese, they write with their language. They write in their own alphabet. They write, Koreans, the same thing. Chinese, the same thing. They write in their own alphabets. In Africa, it's only Ethiopia that retained their language. I mean, their writing in Amharic. They call it Amharic. It's not English alphabet or European alphabet. They continue developing that their own. They use it to study mathematics till today. But they were there like us. Ethiopia was never conquered by any European country. Do you know that? Italians, they tried, they fell. France, go there, no way. England, go there, they came back with shame. That is why they were able to retain their Amharic language. That is why you go to Ethiopia, you see their writing is like shaka 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 shaka, like Chinese. They read it. Had it been they were conquered by England, today that writing would have gone. They will be arguing that no, we didn't have any language. No, we didn't have any write-up. It's English, our language. That is the way we should have been in our Inchibiti. Do you know that? But they ransack everything in our land and force our ancestors, turned our ancestors against each other. Many, men of valor, they even committed suicide instead of turning to white man's tissue paper. Do you understand? Okay, our ancestors lived in villages and some large towns, as others also did. Their means of subsistence were mainly farming and trading. Some also engaged in fishing and hunting. Other subsistence professionals were blacksmiths, weavers, potters, and diviners. Tell me, during the medieval period, is it not the same thing? Is it not the same? Or you have rocket scientists in the 14th century in Europe? Do you? Is it not still people, farmers, potters, blacksmiths? The same thing everywhere. For you to understand that it is the same thing. Only that they came, they conquered us. They erased everything about us. They looted those that they want to loot. And they erased our manuscripts. So that we believe that, we don't have any history. No writing. Somebody was saying on social media, writing, commenting, no. If you say I cannot take Bible as my standard. Now, do we see anything? I say because you are lazy. What do I take? Do we have our people write anything, any book, anything to keep? I say because you are lazy. We always like already made. That is why they have the best thing. People now we go importers. We go China and bring already made. It's very easy and make money because you are lazy. What we are doing is trying to institute people into work, going to work now. Do you understand? Digging out our values, our real pure values. Some real intellectuals should be putting things down, cataloging out, documenting things, which should be basis of our book. You understand? The book of our value, of our culture, of our religion or spirituality. Call it anything you want. So that generations coming, they will be reading it. That is what we are instituting. We should not rely on every time already made. You know why the Jews survived? The Israelis, the European Jews you are seeing today. They made sure not to cow down to the write-up, the catalog, the documents of their host Europeans. They say we have our own. You know, when you have dignity, you start. They kill them, slaughter them. They say no. They hide that their own manuscript. They even through oral teaching. They teach their children. Remember that we come from somewhere. We are Jews, so it doesn't matter. You say you are German. You have German names. No, your origin, your great grandfather, he come from a place they call Israel. Remember. That generation will pass and die. This one, when he grew and bear children, he will tell them the same thing. That is oral. And they continue gathering in a place, secretly, sometimes, in their kibbutz, in their synagogues, all over Europe, no matter how little it is. That is how they were able to survive with their value till today. Had it been they said, no, how did I see anything my parents or our ancestors sleep? I beg, we are now in Germany. We are now Germans. We are now Polish people. We are now Portuguese. So why are we worried about? They wouldn't have been able to restore their land. Let me tell you, all of them would have been dissolved quietly in every part of Europe, Asia, Africa, Middle East and Far East, everywhere, even in Americas. You understand? But the knowledge and the seeking for knowledge for their own values, original values, brought them back. You understand? They brought them back, bring liberty. I think Liberian motto. He said the love of liberty brought us here. That is the coat of, is it the Liberian coat of arms? Mother Chefugoyo, all these things. The love of liberty brought us here. That is Liberia. You understand? So, what am I trying to say? Had it been these people didn't know, or they didn't care to know, or people didn't make effort, the Israelis, there wouldn't have been a country like Israel today. Which you go to Israel, we have Radio Biafra in Israel. We have Biafrans in Israel. Israel is one of the world powers today. What made them? Because they were able to define their value. They retained their value no matter how little, and they passed it. No matter how difficult, they passed it to the following generation, even orally, telling them things that, look, no matter that you are here and you are not from here, no matter. Remember, you tell them, always remember. When you read this, what do you call it? Alexahali route that they use in acting this film, Kunte Kinte. Why was Alexahali able to go back to his roots in the Gambia? Why? Because every time Kunta Kinte that was captured in Gambia as a slave, where he was hunting or in the bush by slave raiders, when he went there, when he born child as a slave, he made sure he explained to the child that, look, I come from a country, a place whereby in Africa, where there are they call river. I don't know. I read it a long time, but I've forgotten. He said whether they call the river Kombo or Kombo Bolongo. In their Mandinka language. He said, look, that is wisdom. He impacted in every of his child. The part of Africa I come from, look at our language. They call water this, mini. They call fire. I'm giving you example. So they call this. He gives them many words in their original language. And that one, whether man or woman, he will grow to marry, to have children. He will still the one. He will write it down. He will still remind that child, say, my father came from a place in Africa where they call fire, where they call water, mini. So different things he mentioned. So that thing will be passed from generation to generation. Both anyone that goes anywhere, both male or female, they will pass that message until he reached Alex Halley that wrote that roots. He started making inquiries. That is, people that want to work, hard work pays. He started going. He said, but my mother told me this. Now he started researching. Which place in Africa they call this? They call mini oko. They call fire oko. They call road also. He started meeting African Americans in universities until he had a breakthrough and he found his roots. After hundreds of years, he went back to Gambia. And exactly the thing, exactly He went to the family of his great grandfather, Kunta Kinte. Until today, they became him and Alex Ali passed on. But the children, all now they are Gambian citizens. Although they're American citizens, yes. But they found their roots. It's not through DNA. No. They found through oral passage of words. Do you understand? So, let me continue before I bring our mother, please. You know we are late, but let's hold on a bit. Our ancestors had age-grade associations. They had age-grade associations, as I said. Title-making associations, Dibia fraternities, oracles, that is medicine men, oracles and secret societies. These associations and formations or entities were used as social control mechanisms that maintain the social order. All these things were not brought by Europeans. No. Capitalism was not imported in Igbo land. Capitalism was not brought or imported in Igbo land, but extended kinship family system prescribed the communal ownership of land by kindred, and everyone was his brother's keeper. Although the Igbo have a council of elders by kindred, the Igbo have been described as the king in every man. The king in every man. You understand? This means the Igbo have no kingship system or monarchy. They do not believe in owing allegiance to any single authority. Only the earth god has the authority. Every married male is the head of his family and has authority only within his family. This is one thing that baffled and confused the Europeans about us. How a people could be organized and orderly in this type of highly republican system without having an overall king. But we are organized. That is our social order. This is why we are the pioneers of genuine democracy. Remember, women were also part of governance in Igbo land, which was destroyed by the British. But today the British are the people lecturing us on women rights. Whereas it was not until the Equal Franchise Act of 1928 in England that English women over 21 years old were able to finally achieve the same voting rights as men by being allowed to vote. When our women were in governing position, the British women were still caged as properties. But today, do you see how the world is? They learn all these things from us, but today they are the people that are telling us women rights. Oh, we are women. This. But they are the people that they saw women in our land in governing position. You understand? They say no. This will bring chaos. They never see this kind of thing. But we are moving. We are moving forward. No problem in our land. Now they removed all the real elders in our land in leadership position. Now they started this chieftaincy. Warrant chiefs. We call chieftaincy. With ignorance, through ignorance, we embrace our killers. We eulogize the chieftaincy title today. No, is a chief sabotage, mark of sabotage. That is what it means. But we praise it today, we admire it today. Can't you ask yourself, when people that are programmed to do this, why can't we be praising Christianity that is used in committing havocs in not only in our land but all over the world? Why can't you reason? That is the reality. When we are able, programmed today to, if you have money now, you got gonna chieftaincy title. Chief Akajo for one. That is a sign of sabotage in our land. Do you understand? But you don't know because of ignorance. Now we have taken it as a, oh, nah, leave it like that. It's the modern thing. No, it is not the modern thing. We have to go back to our values. That is what we are preaching. So, in our tradition, ancestors occupy a very important place in our religion and philosophy. The spirits of the ancestors are invoked in all requests to the gods and in all judicial matters. The Europeans saw this but smartly turned us against our ancestors through Christianity and made us to start eulogizing and invoking their own foreign ancestors to pray for us. Their own ancestors such as Nicholas, Leopold, etc., who were murderers and evil people, are now being remembered and called upon by us to save us. This is complete madness. Complete madness. Do you understand? We need to open our eyes to go back to our values so that we start understanding the problems we are into. They saw, praising our ancestors. Our ancestors occupy a very important place in our religion and philosophy. That is why any place you go in our tradition, the orgy, go for one DJ. Our ancestors, because it's a mark of respect. You come from them. You understand? It's not worshiping. Go fondon our ancestors. That is who we are. But the Europeans succeeded. They saw that this thing is our philosophy and it is working, because they want to destroy the umbilical cord, making us to stay together as a people without even having a monarchy. How can these people be republican like this? And the things are moving. Everything is organized. They have social order. They say no. We first start by demonizing, making them to demonize their ancestors. It's ancestral worship. No, Christians say, Bible say, why you say this and that say. But now they turned you into going to kneel down to pray for Angel Michael, Nicholas. Is it not their ancestors? Do you see how smart they are? Because they program you to be so. That is what we are trying to disintoxicate our brains. You understand? Our brains from this. I don't know. Phones. I'm sorry. Phones. Here. So, what am I trying to say? They turned us smartly, because these people are very smart. They need to go to the grassroots. When you want to cut a tree, you will be digging to cut the taproot, the roots. Deprive him of the mode of feeding, the mode of getting nutrients. Now you cut the taproot to finish. That is what they did. They demonize that thing that is so dear to us. Oh, their ancestors. Now in churches it become everyday topic. The ancestors die from ancestral spirit, die from fire, die by fire. People that we are interacting, people through them we come to be alive. You insult them to die by fire. Today. One other, please come in before I continue to summarize. One other, come in.
Yeah, Mazi. A whole lot you have brought out again. So let me see how much I can bring in. Remember to what you have just said. You have said a whole lot. You have just opened another. I don't know whether you realize that. You have opened another sub division of what we're doing as social status or societal status. So I'm going to start, because you said a whole lot, I'm going to start by saying this, because we are doing with social the societal culture. So I'll start by making this. Go ahead, Matt. Social order, yes. So I'm going to start by saying this. The evolution of any society should be based on the evolution of that societal cultural values and not from outside, meaning embracing other people's culture or influence unless that influence you're trying to embrace, which is another person's one, except if it's going to enhance your own culture. That's the only way it can work. From what you're saying, because this is where we missed it. We dumped our own values and cultures, and we totally took another culture, which is like sending us back to school. If we are continued with our culture, our values, our societal norms, and all we could have done is whatever outside influence that was going to enhance what we already had or knew would have been in a better place. I'm not trying to portion blame, but I'm trying to bring out one of the mistakes we made as a people. So having said that, now, like I said, you brought in a lot of things. Let us remember that the Ethiopian Bible is different from the regular Bible people read. It's different. People can research that. Again, it's talking about a people that maintain their culture even when they implemented or they incorporated outside influence to their culture, which is Christianity, because it didn't start from them, but they wove into with their own culture. Now, let me now go straight into what I wanted to bring one of these highlights. The statement that civilization started from Africa is a statement of fact. We all know that. But my argument today is, even though civilization started from Africa as a continent, I must add that the appropriate documentation and cataloging of our values, which is the template of all civilization known to humans today, started from North Africa and Asia. We have the template. That's why I'm making this statement, just like a statement I made a long time ago. When you come to human variations, both in DNA, both in color, it started from Africa. As people started moving upwards through Asia, through the little passage where you have Suez Canal today into Asia, things begin to change. There's a scientific fact, people can Google it. There is a unique quality or genetic profile in a black woman's mitochondria that is the powerhouse when the genes are developing, so multiplying itself. The particular gene or the particular thing responsible for gene replication or multiplication, let me use it that way, making a new gene, which is who we are, which is the cells of human beings. There's a particular genetic profile that is only found in a black woman's genetic makeup. That is why a black person can have different shades of color of children. A white person cannot do that. I'm laying this foundation to what you say. I'm trying to buttress some of the points you raised. Now, you start just like Africa is the template. That's what I'm trying to say here. Is the template of every civilization, every knowledge known to man today. Whether you come in a societal values, the norms, the worship, the religion, and they all started from Africa. That they were not properly documented, which I'm going to argue that they were, but when these colonial masters came, they destroyed most of our informations. But let's go with the argument. They all started. So what the white man continue to do even today is continue today. They come to Africa, take our raw materials, go back, refine them, bring them back to us. It's the same game that has been going on. When they made contact with us, they realized how sophisticated, how developed we were in every facet of life. What did they do? They took them, went back, researched on them, developed them, refined them, repackaged them, and brought them back to us. Now, having said that, let us look again, because there was something you said, the disorder of a society. That's what you, I think the way you I'm trying to paraphrase you. You are trying to talk about what influences a societal values. When you use a human being to reference it. When the little child is born, you look at the child as the cells are multiplying. Is what you do with that child, the outside influence and the outside influence will, if you're not careful, will override the genetic profile of that child. We're talking about nature and nurture. Nature will wire the individual. Everything a child needs to be has already been wired by nature before the child is born. But if you're not careful with the outside influence you expose that child is, those potentials, that's what I call them, genetic potential, will express itself in a wrong way. So what does it tell somebody like me? That even though we may have those good potentials nature has given us, we will guard it jealously so that we will not allow the outside potential to influence it. When you started talking about this, I'm not going to go too scientific because, first of all, it's not my field of study. I don't want to bog us a whole lot. But what you said, Mazi, factors that can influence the societal norms and values, that was why I made my first statement, should come from the internal of those people. It should not be outside influence. Because when we come to human being you referenced, the cell multiplication of a human being is what happens every minute, every second. And there's a particular organ we call the codon. The codon is what decides the translation of the genetic profile. When it's not properly coded, you have what you call mutation, which can be wrong or right. I'm going to stop here. I don't want to bog us. But those who are in science or health industry will understand where I'm going. I don't want to bog us. But I'm trying to say here, just like the cells of a human being multiplies, replicates itself every minute, and mutation can occur. And mutation can be a good thing or a bad thing because it's mutation that separates my sibling from me. So is a cultural value of a society. It must be changing every minute, every time. It shouldn't be stagnant. But my argument today is that those changes should not be influenced by outside influences or outside factors. Rather, the people should be able to allow their culture to go through their evolution, through natural evolution, through their own values, system, and influences. I hope I'm communicating because I know what I'm trying to bring in might be a little bit complicated, even for myself that's trying to express it. So that is where we dropped the ball was dropped. I'm not going to say we dropped the ball because we were forced to abandon our cultural values. Instead of them, our cultural values to go through evolution, natural evolution, just like every other culture, just like you mentioned. There was a time in the whole world people were going naked. There was a time in the whole world people didn't even know what fire is. There was a time people didn't know anything. But every knowledge we talk about today, whether it's discovery of fire, discovery of anything, true worship of God, started from Africa. That's the point I'm making. But because this outside influence came to us, we are able through force, coercion, and whatever, manipulated us, forced us to believe that what we had was wrong. We dropped the main template. And they took that template, went home, repackaged it into generic, brought it to us, and we bought it whole line and sinker. That's the problem we have. Now, again, like I said, nothing is new under the sun. And then I'm trying to establish why we must look inward. And when I use that word inward, look into who we were. Look into what our ancestors, what they practiced, what they did, their values. Like we have been saying, there was no standing police, but there was peace and order in the society. There was no conventional medicine, but people lived for thousands of years and were able to cure themselves. Am I saying that conventional treatment is a bad thing? No. But the argument I'm making is we should have been able to incorporate both and let two of them stand because we need both. Okay? That's the argument I'm making here. That's where we missed it. And that is what we're trying, somebody like me is trying to bring to bear. That we must go back, rediscover how our ancestors lived because they existed for thousands of years. If they were dumb, if they were stupid, they would not have been able to do those exploits they did. Go there, look at the things that will help us to move forward in life today. And then drop those things. That's what evolution is. Evolution is where you begin to develop a quality or characteristics that will make you to survive any condition or a particular condition, especially when it's harsh to you, so that you can move forward in life or survive in life. So that's what we're talking about here, because I want us to understand that we are not castigating anybody, but we are trying to point out where we drop the ball so that we can discover ourselves and move forward. Again, what makes the Western civilization looks like they're smarter than us, even though I would disagree, I can argue they are not smarter, we are just as smart as they are, is that they look inward. When they look inward, they try to pull what is inward to make it to affect change outside. But they have succeeded in convincing us to be looking outside, for us to take what is outside to influence what is inside. It can never work. Let me say this before I go ahead. Even according to our brothers and sisters that are Christians, even the Bible says that what destroys a man is not what they take in. It's what comes out from the inside of a man and sisters that are Christians. Even the Bible says that what destroys a man is not what they take in. It's what comes out from the inside of a man that. Let them go through process, researches, evolution, so that we can move ahead, move forward, bring them out. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, let's look at one or two things I captured here. How the white man thinks. What is an X-ray? X-ray is an invention. That's what people will think is a new invention or something that nobody has ever seen. But I must tell us that God has made everything. Nothing is new under the sun. The first X-ray is the eye of a man. My eye, your eye. I'm going to ask us to type in on Google what is called iridiology. Iridiology. I have a certification course on that. When you have this knowledge, you can look into the eye of a man or a human being, and you can be able to analyze the whole internal system of that individual. You can even be able to find out when a disease is beginning to build up in a particular organ. What I'm telling you now is a scientific fact that even the conventional science, X-ray, cannot pick it up at the moment I'm telling you. This is a science by itself. Our ancestors knew this. They knew how to read the eye of a human being. And they'll be able to, and they didn't even use any particular equipment. But iridiology, you need a particular equipment to look into the eye of a human being, and you can assess a whole lot. Something that even conventional treatment cannot be able to pick at that material time. So when you talk about X-ray, the white man studied the eye of a man and came up with what you call X-ray. You talk about computer we're using now. It's not a new thing, because the brain of a man is the highest computer anybody can think about. So what did the white man do again? They went back and tried to study the brain of a man, and they took what is inside and produced it outside, and we're all running haywire computer. What I'm trying to say is just one of the things you pivoted. We are lazy in the mind. We don't want to think. We don't want to. Everything has been given to us, but we are not making use of them. Try to pull them from inside and let them be a template for us to do exploit. We talk about transportation. It's because human beings started, you talk about the leg of a man. That's the first transport mode. But these people were able to begin to figure out how can we improve on movement. Instead of using our legs, we can go and find out how far we have come. So the body of a human being is an organized system, just like you said. And they must function in accordance, in harmony, for the person to be in healthy and survive, or be alive and continue. So is the society of a community. The society of a community is an organ, it's a body, and every component of that body must be working in harmony so that that body can function. That is where you hear me always shouting when some people are systematically destroying our youth. You always hear me say they are the engine, they are the mitochondria, they are the powerhouse of our society. Because when you eliminate them, what you're going to have is elderly society, who cannot fight, who cannot defend you, who cannot be productive in any way, shape, or form because they're tired. And you have younger children who are also disabled. In the form that they cannot do much. You have killed that society. That is why what is happening is an outrage to us. We must rise up and condemn it and shout and raise our voices for us to be saved. They are systematically destroying us because they are destroying the mitochondria of our society. That is the engine house, the powerhouse that drives a society. That's why I'm bringing it out like this. We must know what is going on. So now, you talk about spiritualism. Like I try to argue, everything started from Africa. We are the only known society so far. Because when people try to reference the Jews, we started before the Jews. We existed before them. Abraham is the father of the Jews. The argument or the question one must ask is this: what is the origin? Where did he start from? He started from Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is somewhere in North Africa. Okay, that was where his father resided. Now, if you believe in the argument that civilization started in Africa, so that means the ancestor of Abraham, forget about not just the father, because the father had a father, the father of the father had a father. Where did they come from? I can challenge anyone. When you trace the DNA, you can find it started somewhere in Africa, possibly in West Africa, possibly in Igbo land. I can challenge you that. But this will be hundreds and hundreds, if not billions of years. Forget about the way the story is told. So now, we must have existed before the coming of the Abraham or Abrahamic clan or people. That is why when people make that argument, we are Jews, I say no. If we must establish this argument, the Jews are us. Because we existed before them. Again, like I'm saying, we are the template of the world. Everything you see in the world started with us. We have them that stay with us. In any way, whether it's societal organizations, whether it is politics, whether it's medicine, they all started from Africa. But what we have done, we have forgotten who we were. And that is why all this is happening to us. And that's why we must recover ourselves. So Abraham, the father came from Ur, which was in Mesopotamia. From there, according to the story of the Bible, he moved, and then we all know the rest of the history. So now, when you come to worshiping, because when people are saying Abraham, the ancestors of my father, ask yourself, why would the Bible referencing that word ancestors? Because the origin of what they're talking about started from where there was an ancestral worship. It's not a coincidence. Never. Our people were the only one that never went through. When I'm talking about probably 1 million years ago, 500,000 years ago, 600, I don't know. They were the only one that went directly to God without going through a human being. But I believe there was a time corruption came in. And people now began to go and cut trees and cut all these things because people now wanted to see something they can look at and hold on to. That's where the corruption started. That's why instead of our spiritualism, people began to practice religiosity and things begin to fall apart. So, and I can argue, because what we are talking about is there was a time that information were passed through oral. They were not written. In every globe, every part of this world, everything was oral. Just like you tried to establish. So I'm beginning to ask myself, the Bible you read, let me concentrate on the Bible. Who told us, or who is telling us that the stories you're reading from Old Testament, that most of them did not originate from Africa? That is why some people are confused. They're saying that, oh, the Old Testament is speaking, they are the same thing with our tradition. No. Yes, because this story was orally passed down and people were migrating what you call the waves. You have the first wave according to history, the second wave. People were migrating from the continent of Africa to other parts of the world. So as they were migrating, at that time, nobody was writing anything, but they were speaking language because there's no way you can organize a society without them being able to communicate with each other. So they were already communicating before the advent of the white man or the colonial master. So now they started moving. As they were moving, they were going with oral history, passing it down to their children. So that brings me to the argument. When you go to 2nd Chronicles, chapter 7, verse 14, where it says, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal their land. I believe this message is for us. This message is for us. But when the people that wrote the Torah, because this history was passed on to them, and remember, when they are speaking of their ancestors, we are part of their ancestors. It's not the other way. They are not our ancestors. Rather, our ancestors are their ancestors because everything started from us. Was this story, was this message sent by Chukwokika through our priests and priestesses that we have deviated? When corruption came in, people began to worship now graven images, when we go and cut trees and all these more things and begin to call them their God. Was it when God made this announcement to our people through their priests and priestesses, and this story carried on? When they were trying to let people they must repent and go back to the right way of worshiping Chukwokika? Was this when this message was passed to the society, and they have continued to go? This story continued with them. These are the things we must find out. I know why I'm making this argument. These are the hard questions we must ask. Whether we can find them or be able to establish them or not, but we must. Because he said people who are called by my name, like Mazi Ahmadike has always established, Chukwubu Ikem, Chief Dindo, Chief Merenka, we are the only society that named our children before the advent of all these religions that reference God, calls the people who are called by my name. We are called by his name, Chukwu Chi. Even my native name, Ukarachi, the word of God. Is it not this verse not talking about us? Because what people are trying to project is because the story did not emanate from us, or we did not, the documentation we had on them have been destroyed, or because they were passed orally, we did not capture them. Now they take it away from us, just like everything happening in the life today. All the mineral resources are coming from Africa. That is the Europeans won't have or not, because everything that is sustained the whole globe today is from Africa when it comes to natural resources, even human resources. Workforce of the world today, workforce of Europe is coming from Africa. That is why you and I are here. Because the jobs we do here, the people cannot do it. They are not willing to do it. They are draining our brains. The finest brains you have in the globe today are from Africa. Brain drain. Because when you pay attention to pattern, you can never go wrong. How could our ancestors have been so dumb? They ran a successful society until these people came into us and deceived us by force, by fire. And now they will take everything that we have, that we own, that we are, and then they will take it, refine it, and bring it and repackage it and make us look like we are stupid and dumb. It's time that we wake up as Africa. It's time we wake up as Biafra, and that's why Biafra must come. Let me go into spiritualism, then I'm going to stop Mazi because I have a whole lot. I was penning down, trying to so I can recapture one or two of them. When it comes to agriculture, when I was in school in Nigeria, they were teaching us about crop rotation. And as a child, I thought it was, oh my God, the white people were so smart to bring such a system, such an idea, so that to preserve our lands. But that's not true. Our ancestors practiced crop rotation. I remember, like I said, these people are deceiving us in plain sight. And because we are not paying attention, we believe they hook, line, and sinker. Mazi, my fellow Biafra, I remember very, very well when I was growing up. In my town, even today, it's happening. In the villages, you will see your family will have 4 or 5 different lands, farming lands. Every year, they will plant, all the whole community, they will say, is this particular area we're going to farm this year. Everybody will go there, they will farm, while they leave the other side, the other parts, to rejuvenate themselves naturally. After they finish farming that year, they harvest, They will leave, they have the weeds and some other hairs and other things there. Then they will move to another location the following year. You find out that by the time they return back to the one they did this year, that land has rejuvenated itself naturally. There was no pollution. The food were very enriched. And even they knew how to plant some crops that will enrich the soil. Things like ugu, things like legume. There was a reason they were planting them together with our main cash crops like cassava and yam. They had the knowledge. The white man did not bring it to us. They knew crop rotation. They practiced crop rotation. So there was no need for them to have polluted system because their food was clean, because the land was clean. They nurtured nature. They respected the land, and the land blessed them. Now let's go into spiritualism. If you check what is called quantum physics today, I think I've mentioned this in one of this program. I happened to run into a young man here that is a quantum physicist. And I know the discussion I had with him. And I say, what you're telling me, you people are trying to discover today, I believe my ancestors practiced it. He said, what do you mean? And I went into this argument, and he agreed with me. Quantum physics is when you have an object or something in multiple location and dimension at the same time, operating independently. I'm putting it in a nutshell, just in a layman's terms. Our ancestors did it. They were able to be in one place and then manipulate themselves in another living entity. It's called shape shifting. They will lie down here and they move. Their essence of who they were will move and then enter into an animal or something. This thing happened in my town, Umunoha. My father told me, everybody in Umunoha, if they hear my voice, they know what I'm telling you. One of the men that practiced this thing prominently, everybody knew him, was Okebata. Okebata was his name. You will come during the time the white man came, when they will come to collect taxes from him. My father witnessed this thing. This is not something somebody told me. My own father, and I know he will never lie. My father was young then. He said one of the tricks the man was doing, if the white people, the Kotuma and all these people will come with also those appointed chiefs will come to demand taxes from him. He will say, okay, you guys sit down, let me go inside and get the money. Once he gets inside his room, a dog will come out or a pregnant woman will come out. That was Okebata. He will shape shift and walk past them or even come down and sit down there, be conversing with them. And they'll be waiting. And they'll wait and wait. They'll go into his room. They will not see him. And they will leave. He will say, I don't know, maybe he left through the back door. This is pure science that we dropped. That's quantum physics. Manipulating nature, manipulating objects. We had these things. Now, white man is trying to perfect, discover it, understand it. That's what I'm going to say, because they're trying to understand it. When they finish understanding it now, they will bring it to us. We start screaming, science, science, science. We must look inward. That's my argument. We are very blessed and rich people in every ramification, because what they have done is trying to bring us down. What they have done is using psychology and philosophy to make us think that we are worthless, we are useless, we are nothing. Meanwhile, everything they are doing today, the template comes from us. That is why they're afraid of Biafra. There's no other reason. They know our potentials. But the argument is, do we know our potentials? Because if you know our potentials, I will not go into sabotaging this movement. Because I'll be looking forward to the greater things that is ahead of me, where we can restore this nation. And then key to the argument or the charge that God has given us. I'm talking to my fellow religious people. That if we as a people who have deviated, I'm quoting Chronicles, 2 Chronicles again, chapter 7, verse 14. If my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves, I'm talking to us, we must humble ourselves, we must come back, we must fight to restore Biafra, because that's when this prophecy will come to fulfillment. This prophecy is for you, for me. He said, we shall humble ourselves and pray and seek his face. That is what, have you wondered, have you asked yourself, I've asked myself, but I'm asking us, why is it that of all the people or groups that have come out agitating for Biafra, why is it that this particular one is the one that is hinging their argument on Chukwukikabiam? Has anybody you think it's a coincidence? You think it's a mistake? No. Is the kingdom of Chukwukikabiam? Chukwukikabiam bring it. Yes. But are we, our eyes open to understand what is happening, that this prophecy, God wants it to be fulfilled? He said, if they can humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and heal their land. This is my core message to us. He has released Mazi, Ahmadike 1. He sent him because our cries have hit the third heavens. And God has released him as a Messiah. When people sing that song, some people get jealous. People that are singing it don't even know what has motivated them. He is our own Messiah. The rest is left for us. Mazi Ahmadike has propagated the message. The rest is for you and me. Are we willing to humble ourselves? Are we going to allow our spiritual eyes to open, our spiritual antenna to be awake, to understand that Chukwukikabiam is on the move, and that we should not sabotage our liberation? All we have to do is to humble ourselves, continue to pray that his kingdom will come on earth. This is what is about to happen. But again, like I always tell people, even there was somebody I canceled yesterday, a young woman, God cannot move except there are willing vessels. There are a lot of prayers that are suspended in the heavens. God have answered them. God have already answered the prayers. But what is holding the prayer from manifesting in the physical realm is what? No willing vessel. That is why, according to the Christian Bible, somewhere it says, the eye of the Lord is looking to and fro, looking for whom to use. God has been looking for whom to use because of our cry. We have been slaughtered since the so-called independence of Nigeria. We have been the sacrificial lamb. The blood our siblings that have been spilled have been crying to heavens. Whatever you call heavens have reached Chukwukikabiam. If only the blood of a single human being, if you believe in that story, only the blood of Abel moved heaven and God moved. Consider the blood of innocent, millions of innocent children, women, and men that have been sacrificed to lay foundation for this construction you call Nigeria, which God has rejected. And God said, I've heard your cry. I'm going to release a savior. I'm going to release a vessel I'm going to manifest through, because it's a spirit. Because those who worship him must worship in spirit and in truth. And now, some of us have made up our mind to work against the kingdom of God coming on earth. This is the core message we must take on. We must be prepared. We must work together to humble ourselves and continue to pray for the kingdom of God to come and turn back from our wicked ways. We were not like this. That's the argument I'm making. We were not like this. This is not who we are. What we are doing today, some of the characters, qualities we have today, is not who we have always been. Even me, when I was growing up, which is not long ago, I was hearing things like Igwe Bike, onye nwere mmadụ ka onye nwere ego. We were known for our communal efforts. We care for one another. We look for after each other. You could be cooking and your neighbor, you ran out of salt. You just tell your child, go there and get me salt. That was we were. The person will not give you, acid instead of salt. They will give you salt. Sometimes you might even finish cooking your soup. You have no gari. You will say, go there and get me apple. Your neighbor will gladly give you some apple to eat because they realize that when my brother, when my sister, when my sibling survives, the whole society is healed. When they're healed, we are all healed. It's not long ago. We can always go back to what makes us better, makes us think. Make that thing that made us unique, that the whole Nigeria reverenced us. They were happy to mingle with us. Igbo man was reverend. Igbo girl was reverend. There was something. It was our uniqueness, which we have lost. We must retrieve our steps, humble ourselves as we continue to pray and pick up our pieces. It is doable. Others have done it, we must do it. Yes, it's not been long. Mazi, I'm going to yield here as we continue. Maybe I'll be able to say one or more things because I'm trying to get emotional now. Okay, Mazi. Yes, Mazi. Okay, Mazi.
I'm sorry, I was speaking and the volume of my microphone, I lowered it before. I didn't know, but now I heightened it so that people will be hearing my voice more better. As I was saying, I said we have to conclude quicker because we will continue this social order next week, honestly. Otherwise, if I continue what I want to say, it will take another time, more time. Now, there's something you said, one, about the medicines in our land. You know, before the white people came, we were using we are healing ourselves. We are healing ourselves. Our ancestors were healthy. They know what to eat, when to eat it. They know the leaves to take. They know the concoction. You know, like when you read, if you are reading this Shakespeare, you know Shakespeare. I think was 16th century. Written.
Yes.
Yes. So you know when they talk about apothecary. Apothecary is just like a person that prepares and cook medicine and drug. Apothecary. That time, as of that time. There was nothing like all these refined counter medicines here in pharmacies. You understand? So everything started from somewhere. Like these leaves, you know, you cook it, you know, like in our traditional way. That is it. But the problem is that we are not allowed. We are prevented from developing. I could remember even homeopathic. You know, I don't know whether it is still. They still have license. Homeopathic doctors practicing homeopathic medicine in our land. Before I
they have it here. What they call it is alternative medicine.
Yes.
That's what they call it. And all the conventional doctors now, that's the in thing in America now. Taking a track class in nuclear studies to study alternative
it's
healing.
Even
that
more
is
healthy. Yes.
Back home. Yeah,
yes.
In America. And meanwhile, they have discouraged our people from doing anything like that.
Yes, you go and get over the counter medicine.
If anybody goes back to Googling the history of medicine, what you're saying now was how medicine was, even after the white people woke up from their slumber and begin to embrace, conventional medicine. The origin of medicine, the history of medicine, these two were practiced. But what happened was when the white man or Western civilization realized that if you concentrate more on what you call homeopathic or traditional medicine, you are treating the root cause of the disease. You are not managing the disease.
That is why they now...
I'm treating the root cause. Just like you said, if you want to kill something, go to the root of that tree. When they realize that if you can enhance people, empower people to take care of themselves and use these herbs to cure the root of the disease, you will not be making money. That is what they begin to use propaganda and everything to dissuade people, discourage people from practicing alternative medicine, and then brought it to conventional because that's where the money is. Mazi, right on.
Of course. Because now they manage sicknesses instead of curing it. It's managed. So because you make more money managing sicknesses. So what am I trying to say? All these things started from cooking herbs, and it's more healthy. Just look at before this rubber. Rubber was plastics. All these things were made through natural rubbers until they started discovering, looking for synthetic rubber. Firestone, this tire company, American tire company, it has rubber. It turned Liberia into rubber plantation. Go and make your studies. Firestone, that is the gift they give. Instead of that is why I say, America, they turned into colonial masters, something that they abhorred before. Liberia, that had their independence, I think 1822 or 1823. They use it as a farmland. Everywhere was rubber plant. This rubber, and they were using it, for just making their plastics, tires, and all the rest, until they discovered this synthetic rubber. Just like during the Second World War, the Nazis, they are the first people to try to discover, to convert coal into liquid fuel. They used it during the Second World War. Coal into liquid fuel, which they use in their in their military. So what am I trying to say? All these things are development. When you are given the free arm, the system, you are in control of your system. You can develop your what you have locally. As you said, is what you have inside. The growth is regulated. You grow. Now you can, if you don't take time, outside influence will come and bastardize and spoil everything. So what am I trying to say? This upholding our values. People should stop thinking only about when we talk about upholding our values. They talk about their head, their brains will go on Okite. That is rubbish. All these people you see in the internet. They call it now, Nigeria has a humanoid Omeife that speaks multiple languages. It's our people that did it. So Nigeria is preventing us. The way colonization destroyed us. Colonization. The outside, the influence, the conquest of the British in our of our people. They destroyed us. And this religion they brought to us, Christianity, they turned us, bastardized us, turned us into fighting each other, fighting our core values that we should have developed. And the results, where are we today? Where are we today? So we must continue, because this restoration effort is not only physical restoration, mental restoration first. That is what we are saying. I used to give example within Israel you are seeing today, without going back. What survived them, or what made them, empower them to survive more as a people, as a race. I'm not talking about individual survival. Is they trying to go back, maintain their value, their original value. That is the reason why they are a country today. So we should collectively go back to our values. Stop demonizing our ancestors. That is the core. Anything in the morning, this is our value, it's our system, it's our philosophy. That is it. But when you allow people, because of the religion they put you into now, you start demonizing our ancestors. Without our ancestors, we could not be, because it's them, through them, that we come. And one time we shall become ancestors, as I used to say. So let me stop here. One, I don't know whether you want to add any other thing, so that I open the lines, please.
No, Mazi, go ahead, open the line.
Okay.
I'm looking at the time too. I mean, and then so that the people can assimilate. I think we brought a whole lot. They can assimilate and digest it. I think the timing is good, so that we can take it from next week.
Of course, we will do that. We will do that because many times people have been talking about we being brief, so that will be assimilating, as you say. You're right. I will go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, we shall open the line so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
The state of drunkenness comes in 3 states. The first state of drunkenness is when you become all-knowing, where you know everything, but by then your brains are not working correctly. Then if you drink some more, you become all-powerful, where you think you can do everything, though you can hardly stand on one leg. The last state is when you become invisible. This is when you can help yourself to a bathroom on the middle of the road and you think no one is seeing you. It's an illusion of the mind. And the African continent right now is a recovering addict of colonial drunkenness, where sometimes Africans pretend like they are all-knowing. So the most educated amongst us are the most stupid amongst us. Because in the midst of their knowledge...
Did you say that?
Yes, the most educated amongst us are the most stupid amongst us. Because they know everything about the other, except about themselves. They know exactly where William Shakespeare was born, where Bismarck lived, the wars of the Bolsheviks. They know they can quote poems and etc. They know everything about photosynthesis and what, but they know nothing about themselves, their own land, their own history, their own resources, and how to convert that knowledge into power, into technologies, into economy. So it's a recovering addiction from education, addiction from religion. Because had we been colonized by the Chinese, right now we would have been Buddhists and worshipping Brahmans. Those who were captured by the Muslims are Muslims. We who were captured by the British, we say we are Christian. But point of correction, if we were captured by the Muslims, what would we have been right now? Look at the Boko Haram, look at the Biafra kingdom in Nigeria. Look at Tanzania, look at Kenya, parts of Mozambique, where Islam arrived earlier. So we understand that religious capturing, religious colonialism comes with a political glove in it. So what type of Africa are we living in? We're living in an Africa that is economically intoxicated with colonial and neo-colonialism and all its fashions. We're living in an Africa that is politically constipated with constitutionalism of a barbaric nation. Right now, did you hear the elections in Britain where King Charles is going to become the king? How many people voted? Did you hear the ballot being cast out? So they are there running their monarchs and their kingdoms in order. And they come here and they tell us fair and free elections. When are you going to have your free and fair elections? So they have their monarchical system. Because through the monarch system, you're able to have a custody of culture. Chinua Achebe, the center in Africa, is no longer holding. We're dealing with an Africa that is constipated with colonial medication and medical issues. How to heal, how to treat, etc. And Africans are excluded from that environment. Our own medicines are deemed as barbaric. as African traditional medicine. What's so traditional about African medicine? Is this not British traditional medicine? Which part am I missing here? Both of them are traditional. So you're looking at economic slavery, political slavery, academic slavery, agricultural slavery. Look at your plate of food every evening, and you can see how much colonialism is in that plate. Look at your clothes. You can see the amount of colonialism that is in that space. Look at your entertainment. How much have we been colonized? Ultimately, when it comes to culture and spirituality, the Africa we live in right now, it is a nameless body of people who are migrating away from themselves into another culture. And the other culture is not migrating towards us to meet us halfway. The African is losing everything that he is because he thinks the utopia of success is embedded in the colonial message. Listen to me very carefully, young man. A man who abuses another man, a man who abuses a woman, does not have a right of telling that woman how to mourn, how to cry, and how to clean up her wounds. Just get out of my face. Allow me to be around the people that love me and let me recover from myself. But look at the confusion of Africans. The same system that abused us and took land away from us. Here we are right now, busy worshiping and standing around. And these are the same people telling us how to cry. The state of drunkenness.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra London. I'm here with Marien Haider on our weekly Saturday discussions on religious issues. We're talking about upholding our values, part 8. In this subsection of social order, which we didn't finish, but next week we will also continue about this social order. Today is Obochafo, 17th of December 2022. Our lines are open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. And do not forget that tomorrow I'll be here hosting some members of the DOS, including our deputy Mazi Ogechukwu Nzurumike, Isaiah Oba, and a whole lot of others. Mazi Nachi and others, even and a whole lot of others, in short. So please be here tomorrow in order to listen. Ntewonka. I have callers already. Callers that are there. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Good evening, Mazi. Good evening, Mazi. A very good evening to Madam Haider. My humble salute to our revered leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He is my leader. He is my mentor. Mazi, I am going to delve direct into the fact that we have been existing before the Israelites or the so-called Jews. What people don't understand is the Jews are us. The Jews here and are from us. We are Igbo, but our people do not know this. I am going to delve also into the history of my place. I am Ubuluku is the Anyama province of Biafra. Many of fought in the Civil War, and when I was growing up, I read a lot about the history of the war. I read from um, um, our one of our warriors, Alexander Madiebo. I read his book from page 1 to the end. So it was something that really pushed me to study history, in the university. It was really interesting and challenging. Now, there is something I want to debunk here that our people don't understand, like trying to be saying that we are from Israel or we are Jews. I'm going to use the progenitor of my town as an example. Now, I'm going to read out some things. His name is Ezemu. Now, it was written that Ezemu was a hunter of unequaled marksmanship, a herbalist who was known just in Ubuluku and its immediate environs, but down to every corner of the one-time Benin Empire. He was so famous as a herbalist that the Oba of Benin during his time invited him to Benin to prepare certain herbs for him. Now, Ezemu and his brothers and their sister first settled at Obolono. It was from Obolono that Ezemu left for Ubuluku. Ubulu is the name of a huge tree which today stands at the center of Ubuluku. Uku means big or huge. It was at the foot of this tree, which still exists today, but which has experienced severe burns, that Ezemu pitched tents when he came to Ubuluku. Now, when Ezemu was in Ubuluku, then he was a visitor. Now, he was sitting under the tree. So, he sighted a smoke at a distance. He became curious and moved towards the direction from where the snake was rising to find out its source. Because he himself, as the history was taught, he came with his parents from Israel. They were migrating down from Israel, Egypt down, and they settled in so many places before him and his brothers and sisters now finally settled in Ubuluno. From there, he now moved to Ubuluku. Now, the first person that he met in that land when he came there was AK. It said that one day while he was under the tree, he sighted the smoke at a distance. Now, on getting to the spot called Anyeke, which now forms part of Udo village, he met a man called AK, a blacksmith. He was the leader of a few settlers there. These are settlers, people that were there before he came. Now, he met also Anugwe. He sighted another smoke rising from a spot in the bush around the present Abuedo village.
Mazi,
Like
you
the
will
grave
want
hunter
to,
that he
Mazi,
was.
please, you want to, summarize. So
Yes,
that
I will.
because
I
many
will.
people are calling,
So,
honestly. Please.
yes. So what I'm trying to say that
Just in 2 minutes,
he moved
please.
from the spot. Okay. He met another man called Anugwe, working in his farm. Now he met two different people. One, a blacksmith. One, a farmer. Which means that the farmer and the blacksmith, they have been communicating with each other, exchanging products. What I want our people to know is that we had settlers before even people migrated down to us. So that was how the Ezemu now became a king and was the first king of our place. So our people should try as much as possible to try to learn their history. It's very important because anybody that does not know where he came from will never know where he will be heading to in the future. Thank you, Mazi. I drop.
There were Mazi. There were. Knowing our roots is very, very important. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me, please? I don't really understand. Caller on WhatsApp. Colon, what's up? Can you hear me? Colon signal, hold on, please. I've been talking to you. You don't listen. Colon, what's up? Please go on.
Mazi, I still remain unstoppable.
Mazi, unstoppable.
I still remain unstoppable. The unstoppable is indigenous of Idimabami now in Biafra land. Mazi, you people are doing wonderfully well in this teaching. I extend my greetings to my dear sister. Yeah, keep on keeping on. You are doing a wonderful job. The major problem we are having is if everybody can discover the area of your calling and do justice on the area of your calling, we won't be having problem. If everybody wants to be a leader, everybody wants his voice or her voice to be heard. That's why we are wallowing in ignorance. Mazi, let me go direct to the point. Did you know, because of this religion, even as I stand now, I am having a very big problem with my family, with my parents and my siblings. Why? Because I left the church they give birth to me. Enjoy Allah. That is the main problem I have. My mother said before he will talk to me or before I will receive anything from him or he will receive anything from me, unless I came back or I returned back to be a pastor. Instead of that, I will not. Now he said my real name they give to me is Chijindo. I asked him, if really true that Jesus is your God, that your father do not serve Chukwokikabiam, which he said that Chukwokikabiam is an idol, that the father served. I said, okay. So why did you name me Chim Jindum, not G? You would have named me Jesus Jindum. And that problem is still lingering till now. Many of our brothers that does not talk to each other because of this so-called religion. Upon everything we are shouting, and these people keep on watching our people and not allowing them to understand that our religion, our culture, stand from the origin. It was the first religion and the first culture instituted by Chukwokikabiam. No wonder our Mazi says language is the language of heaven, and which is true. Even our father Abraham, everybody migrated from this Africa because we are. That's why when they, according to the history, what my grandfather told me, he said when their father was telling them a history, a story, he told them how these people colonized us, and when they came, and which I witnessed it. When you come to our different villages, if you bring that your gari or your goose, you will keep it alongside the road and go to your farm. Anybody who needed any of your goose know how much it cost, and when you take anyone, he will keep the money. And when these people come, they were surprised, and they were asking us, "What is our name?" And our father said, my grandfather said that their grandfather told him that they answered them that we are Ndibo, the ancient people, means Ndibo. The white man now give us, instead of Ndibo, they give us Ndi, and we are stepped even to that we are Ndibo. Why your name or cannot pronounce your name correctly? Even you yourself, we ourselves, we cannot correct them to say this is my name, this is not my name. That is where our problem lies. Even in our religion, so-called, we are not coming out from slavery and entering into another slavery. They say go back to our root. Go back to our root. Our brothers still fighting into Yeshua and the Jesus, and Yeshua and Jesus. Nobody want to follow the principle and the pattern of Ikabiama, which is said and the book of Exodus. God give his command. He said, I am the God, your Lord. You should not worship any other thing beside me. Even when they will bring another God in heaven above or in the earth beyond, so don't bow to them. Now we are still fighting. We have we are liberating our brothers, our people from the calling Jesus. They are not dancing into Yeshua. Yeshua has become another problem we are having. From Yeshua is in our language. Now, if we want to liberate our people, let's go back completely to our own language. Let's leave this language they used to colonize us. So this is the little one I want to chip in now, because the major problem we are having out of the Shabbat and the Jewish religion we are establishing is that same Yeshua, from Jesus to Yeshua. But nobody I want to call that Chukwu Okike Abiama, which our fathers called. That is the God which we serve. Like our sister says, God says, to make it specifically, in the book of 2 Corinthians 7 verse 14, it says, if my own people that call by my name, which is Chukwu Okike Abiama, not Yahweh, not Yahweh or Jesus, but we are called by Chukwu Okike, Chim Jindom Aham, man when na chim nebo chim zurumoke esichi, just name them God. Now we know you and give to him Jesus Jindo or Jesus Beze or Jesus Nedu, but we are still killing ourselves even when we have the truth at hand. I pray that Chukwu Okike Abiama will deliver us from this primitive sense we have. Mazi, keep on keeping on. We are there. We are not yet there.
Of
we
course,
are there.
You know, I see it as madness, fighting on foreign constructed something that ideology that they brought. I see it now as madness, honestly. Onye say no, ezigbo aha ya wụkwa also Yeshua. Because also no that is yeah, uruzie ihe na afịọta everywhere. I understand what our brother is saying. We will never fall from frying pan into the fire. I'm telling you. Let us go back to our natural root. This thing you are fighting on, yeah, this is what people, you know, great thinkers, theologians, they thought about. They come, they say, okay, let us refer this man now, whether it's Yahweh or the, okay, which status do we have to give to him? They agree that, okay, we are going to give him as he's a son of God. The other one said, no. Why no? He's a human being. No, so they argued and argued for ages, and they come up with consensus. Okay, let us say it is like this, and they put it in writing, include it. And I know now for something. You know, sometimes whereas we have our own natural something. Where I go fondo put an ototo go fondo, you know, ndi chene you know, I put out now the Greek nke ndị Greek kwuru nke ndị nke kwuru I no kwaya I remember argument look at somebody, look at what this Christianity brought to us. If somebody, a woman that born his child, that stayed 9 months of pregnancy, and only because, oh, I will disown you, I have disowned you unless you come back to the church. You know, what does it mean? What does it mean? They brought confusion in our land. If we have our values uninterrupted, we continue go back. Are you going to see your son or daughter or your father or mother or your sister or brother as unbeliever? How? Our tradition does not call any of our brothers as any unbeliever, infidel or anything. But what they brought, now you start seeing your brother as an enemy. If a mother can disown the child, the son, because he's no more going to church. Now tell me what she can do. A mother. You see, things fell apart in our land. You see what we are trying to pick up. The remnants of who we are. Caller on signal. I come back to you. Caller on signal. Can you hear me, please? Caller on signal. I will. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Mazi, why are you wasting time? Are you? What is happening?
I can hear you, sir.
Are you not hearing? Were you not hearing
Should
me?
I go on, sir?
Go on, please. Were you not hearing me before? Let me know. Okay. Okay, go on, please. Go on. Go on. Go on. Just go on. No problem.
All right. My name is Mazi Fanyi. Mazi Fanyi is calling for his.
Go on. Go on.
I'm speaking, sir. Mazi Fanyi is calling for his location. Jonathan, thank you for your topic. This topic is very, very wonderful. I greet my sister, Marien. My greeting to you. I pray that Juko.
Thank you, brother. Right on. Go
give
ahead.
you people strength to start, preaching this gospel. This is the gospel of God. This is the gospel of God in Kanakrom. That's the real gospel of God. Imagine that once again I greet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The are wise. My greeting to them. Mazi Jonathan, in this hallowed platform, Radio Biafra, Mazi Jonathan, I make my stand about a month ago that I'm the victim. I am the victim of all these shenanigans of Portuguese, whereby I will be forced to, pray against my ancestors. Whatever that is happening, the church, Christianity will tell me that is my ancestors. My ancestors is doing like this. My ancestors is doing like that. But Mazi, when I start hearing the gospel, the real gospel of the kingdom of God on earth through the Radio Biafra, Mazi, in this hallowed platform, I confess and I pleaded to my ancestors. I say, I'm sorry for them. Mazi, my grandfather was involved in the slave trade. It's due to these white men. I said a lot of things. But Mazi, one thing is certain. Let me just make this thing clear and also encourage our people. Let our people endeavor to listen to Radio Biafra every Saturday. The topic of the Radio Biafra every Saturday is very, very marvelous. Endeavor to listen to the or Jesus, which one they call it, still say something that moves me. He said that I did not come to do my will. I have somebody that sent me. And I advise you and I encourage you to do his will. Because I did not send myself, someone sent me. In that process, he teach his disciple how to pray. When they ask him, Rabbi, teach us how to pray, he still mentioned and teach them, tell them that if you want to pray, call my Father in heaven. He did not say you should call his name. But I don't know, sometimes our people always be ignorant. But I'm trying to let them know that ignorance can never be an excuse to you. You see, ignorance can never be an excuse. What you're supposed to know and how he told you that that's why he's here. Following, if you know that you are really a follower of
Mazi, are you there?
the foundation for you, but let me just drop here.
Your connectivity, honestly. We must continue. Let me try to pick a caller on direct line. The caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me?
Mazi ozi na Mazi Nnamdi ga-apụta. Odogwo Biafra ga-apụta oge na-adịghị anya. Ike nke Chukwu okike abịa ama. Ukraine ga-agba ọsọ. Ukraine gbaghala.
Or to turn their belief to the what it's supposed to be. I was talking to one of a sister that is also going to this church that this man has an idol in front of him as Mary, the fair pastor, the new one now that is in charge of the spirituality of our people. I've forgotten the name they call him, but I remember we used to call him Ojerileli, the one that was making this program. And I noticed in that church they called the names of all these the ancestrals of the white people to pray for them. And then I see, okay, this is one of the biggest challenges you have. And 90% of them are women. But we believe that this gospel that we are preaching is going to help us. I want to say something this evening. Anybody in Biafra land who see any pastor coming to cut down any tree, please, hold that man is a thief, you know. Or anybody who comes to say there is a spirit living in a tree in Biafra land, they urge all those things, they send him full anybody. Any of them you see going to tell you that this Christian no spirit are living in it. Tell them to leave that spirit that is living that Christian. You should go to that. I don't know how old this Pentecostal that is all over the place. How old is it?
Mazi Otebedaka, I could remember. Otebedaka. I'm telling you. Otebedaka.
And they cost a lot since they brought it. Their cost was so much so much havoc in our land. Mazi, our fathers were married 2-3 wives before. Now our women now, with the so-called is their Pentecostal now. The rest of our women are on the road, household. To the Fulani people, masters, and the rest of them. In the name of this religion, men and I destroy everything that we have. Our women are our women have left their husbands. They are all of them in the church, planning to go to heaven and leave their husband. And they see this man before they marry. They see heaven before they marry this man. But as soon as they get into this man's house, they decide to follow the pastor and follow the heaven that is coming the next minute and leave this man alone. This is terrible that is happening with our people. This something, you know, now they have manufactured a medicine they call bitter leaf medicine. It's helping in BP and the rest of them. But now we have bitter leaf in quantum. We cannot develop what we have. We have a palm tree. We cannot develop it. Other people that came to take it are doing very, very with it. Our people are lazy. We are all raising up and down all over the world, looking for something. Let me tell you, Mazi, do you know where Abraham said to his brother, choose one? He was standing there and he asked his brother, Lord, choose you. Which side you go take? The palms are growing. That is where Abraham was standing. You know, there is oil and a lot of mineral resources in Biafra and the rest of people land. That was the place. If you go to any other place and look at that Bible they write and they tell you Abraham was having a problem because of their bands were glowing. It was in Biafra land. These people that you see, Sindibo, and I want to say thank you to both of you and our brother that said the Onyedu is coming out. I want to say he said to his prayer. It has been a very beautiful day today, starting from the morning when our brother was even from Israel, talking about the name Amen, where the Amen come from, that have taken over our tradition of Ise. Thank you so much for both of you. Thank you so much.
There were.
Yeah, Mazi, let me pivot 1 minute, 1 second, not even a minute. What he just said, you know, yes, I'm a female. The reason why our ancestors married many wives, we know that, you know, so we shouldn't condemn them. But what I'm saying that our women, they claim they are in churches, all these churches. They say they are not willing to marry to be a second wife or so. But one, they are willing to be a mistress. They don't see anything wrong with that. And they are willing, the one that is even heartbreaking for me, they are willing to be a second or third wife to a Fulani or Hausa Muslim. But they are not willing to be a second wife to their own fellow Igbo man. This is another subject, but I'm going to leave it there. I just want to pivot into that.
There were. You know, anyway, we must continue. Caller on direct line. Calls are flowing in like. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me?
Uncle good evening, sir. Uncle good evening, sir.
Mazi.
Can you hear me?
There were.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Mommy, good evening. I greet you from here, the land of the brave and home of the free. Thank you for being there for us. And I sincerely want to apologize for sounding negative this night. And I will take my reference from the scripture. And before then, my center of argument is this. You know, when you talk about 1914 to 15, you know, killing, or should I say genocide committed by Pope the 14 or something, you know, I sincerely want to let us know
wait, it is, we need to be historically correct. 1452 to 1458. 1452
right.
to 1455. He issued. He tried to. Oh, sorry, you are on direct line. Go on, please, go on.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Say what you want to say. I'm okay.
This man, this Pope, he initiated slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So slave trading. He now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So he now used religion to back it up that it is divine. It is Pope Nicholas V that Europeans should come to Africa. So is it you? Are you back?
Went off. I think yeah, I'm back. It's me. Sorry, I can't hear you again, but it was counting. I think it's from the network.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
So I was explaining. Go on.
Okay, actually, what I'm trying to buttress there is this: if you will be kind, as in regards to the killing, then I think it's also a good one for us to justify that the book of the holiest, which is the Bible, said, "Behold, all things have passed away," and that grace was given to Paul. So I think we need to justify it that it wasn't an in-depth sin not to be forgiven, in the sense that the Pope did what he did, or maybe the King did what he did regarding to that. So I want us not to think that these people have done any evil against any humanity, okay? Because the grace has come, and as the Bible has said it, so shall it be, okay? So I don't think it's good for us to start thinking, at least if you look at in the circle of Nigerian secular state, though not secular state, they are running a parallel state, I know. Boko Haram has been forgiven, and they are in the army, and so also have the Bible sincerely have permitted us to forgive one another. Even in this point, I want us to acknowledge that Christianity have not done anything, because if you look at those scenarios, then these people, our ancestors, have been doing some certain funny evil, whereby if you don't kill them, you will not get restored peace on earth. So I think God has forgiven them, so I don't need to say much. All I'm saying is that I've never counted it error for the king or the pope. Them who are in the same color complexion like them are listening to us. And I think one day those people will fight them, or maybe will think about what to do to redeem Africa. Because if you talk about IPOB, we are not ready to fight any war. We make peace, and we are very good in holding on for God to come down from heaven to earth. So this is all I can say for now. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
There were. I know you are speaking Okugewo Kwilu, I understand. You are speaking in just like allegory, you know.
Yeah, allegory. What you do is allegory.
Yes, allegory.
And satire.
Or satire, yes, satirical. That's it.
Yes.
So I want people to understand that this thing we call forgiveness. Oh, things have passed away. Just believe this and that. Even forgiveness means giving a proportional a punishment that equals what you commit the crime. Even nature, you know. If like look at a lecture basin, they are overgrazing. They are not trying in any way to put back, to rebuild nature. So the lecture is drying up. Everywhere is turning into desert. How do you think that nature will forgive? It will bring drought. That is the consequence. There is no forgiveness like, okay, go, your sins are forgiven you, just free like that. Forgiveness, there are what people don't understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness, when you do something, even if with remorse, like when you commit a crime in the presence of a judge, you can, express remorse. It will not because of it say, yeah, walk out and go. Maybe you kill. You can express remorse. You have repented, yes, but still you suffer the consequences. You understand? The measured consequences. You have to suffer it. That is it. But this thing they put, these people, they are smart. They bring things to people that they deem that they lack in-depth knowledge of things. Oh, just come and cover all things. That is why in Nigeria you see an armed robber, somebody that have killed and killed and killed. For him to retire, he have gotten everything. He's looking for a way to just retire and be safe. He will go to church. Before, I killed, that robbery that killed, that resulted in killing of people in buses, about 20 people. I was one of them. I was their leader. But the Christ have touched my life, and I'm repented. That robbery, above Were Road, we used to kill people there. And pastor will say, shakatatatata, hallelujah. Okay, you just free. Very easy. Very easy like that. And he go free. That is, I don't know. That is pure madness. Pure arrant madness. I'm telling you honestly. When whatever you sow is what you reap. That is the law of nature. If you cultivate cassava, even anyhow, you go and reap cassava. That is there, law and order. Without law and order, there is no way a nation will progress. What I committed. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe in Nigeria, a politician will loot like what was that? The name of that is late now. The former INEC official that said he repented. He is tired of being referred to as a criminal. That he rigged the election for parties in Nigeria. He come on national television. And everybody, he have confessed now. No problem. Why are you insulting him? He's okay now. What about the repercussion of what he did? That was haunting many people. That put people's lives into danger. That killed many people. No, he had repented. Very easy. We are more righteous than God. That is what I say. We pretend to be more righteous than God. Very easy brainwashing. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me, please? Mazi, off your radio. Go on, Mazi. Caller on signal. Go on, please.
Okay, sir. Jonathan, can you hear me very well?
The whole world is hearing you. Go on, please.
Dede Jonathan Jishike. Oh, mommy Wada, mommy Jishike. We are Biafrans. Biafrans all over the world. We are the ancient race, the beginning of the human race. At the moment, what I have said it all. We are the people of the book. As simple as that, and we are the number one, and the whole world knows we are. And that 2 Chronicles chapter 7, very important. Second Chronicles chapter 7 from verse 1 to now that temple that Solomon built. And verse 15, verse 16 and verse 22, very important there. Now the whole world knows if they want what madness, we give it to them in one tap. Baruch chapter 3. Baruch chapter 5 there. Wisdom is given to us by the God of heaven and earth. That God has sent Nnamdi Kanu to come and rescue his children. And Nnamdi Kanu must be released. When the world powers will understand that Nnamdi Kanu is their savior. Jonathan, Nnamdi Kanu is the savior of every human being on this earth. Like how the world get locked. Said they did not remove any blood from the body of our leader. I mean, on this earth, Balami will never hide anywhere. It is a bet. There's a on one motor, catch you place your car, one for one draw food. I don't for washing of food when I show a land. Let that Pope come out. No dispute. They use that of the Kanu. Yawa Christmas. Nobody will have peace on this land. You know, against all these governors. They will understand it. They said this. They say that Kotiarab is joking. You think that this Biafra Ancestral is human made. Look at. Just who has a major? We are the only race that have the mandate to operate the universe. No that is on this earth. And you come to my ancestral land and to take it and deceive my ancestors. You are telling me that Jonathan, don't say the truth. What powers are Joe Biden? Or how much is the Nnamdi Kanu decided to quit that? What are they doing? And America is supporting election for one Nigeria that they know that Britain it is their property. I want to be free. I'll be telling them I will not be free. And we assure the world if the option is violent, we burn the world at the time. No, take the time. Everybody perish. Come, worship. No, 1967 is a type. Any attempt, you saw this government of Biafra, don't they say, all the just leaders. Our leader, yeah, before your people are dying with their life. Not the idiot leaders. Okay, and I get one, but I will say, Kuma, let the Jonathan has been there as an as. And I get pushed. For I have the mind dead. But I have the right to let their pipe. And the ones who were there, the Nnamdi Kanu is British citizen. And British are discussing that before the whole war. And you say you pretend. Our leader you can never stay in the house of Malame.
There Mazi.
What's that coming out? Tell us.
There Mazi. Round up, please.
Agbaran Christmas n'obi kama dede chike dozi ha niile elute Christmas nga abịa gbara aha nga na n'otuto niile site n'ebi ebido n'ebi n'eke n'orie n'afọ na nkwuo ya oje omenala ụmụchukwu oke aba maka adịrịrị ọba ewu
ndewo maazị
Biafrans.
Oh, hey, Biafran, there, wo, Mazi, there, wo. We must continue. Let me pick this last caller, please. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening.
There, wo, Mazi.
Okay, my name is Mazi Okukonye Nazoya. Yeah, actually, yeah, I love the topic tonight. Like serious, I love the topic tonight. You know, I was I was born and brought up a Catholic, but there is something that was confusing me. Like I read the book of Revelation when it was saying that from the 12 tribes of Israel, this is the amount of people that will enter heaven. So I begin to ask myself, if the book of Revelation have mentioned those numbers from the day of this Bible till today, heaven have food now. So why am I disturbing myself?
Excuse me, let me mute myself.
Until the day Onyendu, that was 2020 or 2019. I cannot remember the day he made that. He said that we are the children of God, that we are at the center of the world, that where we are living is the kingdom of God. That was that the Europeans, that the Portuguese, they told them that the Garden of Eden was at the center of the world. That was what bring them down to our land, to our kingdom. You know, since that day, I was like, is this true or not? I now go back to the revelation again. I said that, so I am the original son of God, and people are trying to confuse me, to deceive me that I'm inferior. You know, since that day, my mind was, no, this Christianity, this Bible is just confusing us. Since that day, I tried, until you people started this program, I was listening to it and I was going back to my memory, saying that, we are the original children of God, not all this thing that Bible told us. You know, actually, Christianity is a confused religion I have ever seen in this life. You see, Christianity is very, very confused. If you are not careful, Christianity will mislead you. You will not even know where you are coming or where you are going. It's just a confused religion. Okay, like the story of Elijah and the prophet of Baal. They say that prophet of Baal, they make a lot of noise, they do this, they do that, but their God did not answer them. Okay, what is happening in today's world now? All those pastors, all those priests, they still make a lot of noise. Did that God they are calling, did he answer them? People are just confused, like serious. Like I really thank God for this IPOB, for this Biafra struggle. I really thank God, because this Biafra struggle is taking us back to who we are, to where, so that we be ourselves, not people telling us our story, not people turning our story upside down, making it in their own favor and turning it against us. We have to wake up, like serious. We have to wake up. That's all I have to say.
There were Mazi. This is where I'm going to put a cap on taking calls, please. Because time has gone. We will continue this even next Saturday. Yeah, I understand. Wanda, please come. Make your departure statement or departing statement before I conclude. Wanda, go on, please.
Okay, Mazi. Again, I'm going to thank all the listeners that have listened and those that will have the opportunity to listen later, because they are the strength of this program. Without them, the program will not be. As we continue to pray, believe that God, our Chukwu Okike Abiama, who has started this journey, it is his project. Mazi is just a spokesperson. We are the followers. That he that started this good work we know he is more than able to complete it. So we must be patient. We must make sure, as they say in America, have all our ducks on, in row. We will make sure that we line up just like the ducks. You have your ducks in row and follow he who has been given the mantle to lead us. Now that we cannot touch him or feel him, we can feel his energy. We can feel his breath. Through what? Through DOS. Through who? Through Mazi Edoziem. Because Mazi, our Hamadike, in the English language, has given him what they call power of attorney, the mantle. We must understand that this is like a relay race. When I'm not available, the next person in line continues the race until when I reappear. When I'm tired, I drop the baton so that the next person can pick up the baton. I was a sprinter, so I know about relay races. That's the journey. People should not listen to anybody that's telling you Biafra is going to come today or tomorrow. Just like Jesus or Yeshua, whatever they call him, I'm talking to us, our sisters and brothers that are from Christian foundation. When he was asked, when is this kingdom going to come? He said, I don't know. I'm just a messenger. It's only my Father in heaven knows. So, anybody telling you Biafra is coming in 10 days, 2 days, 3 days, the person is lying to you. That is why your Hamadike cannot even tell anybody is going to come today or tomorrow. But one thing he has told us, he who hears directly, discern from Chukwu Okike Abiama, have told us, he sent me. And he's revealed it to me that Biafra must come. Because God, Chukwu Okike Abiama, our Father, our God, the God of our ancestors, have never started and lost any battle. We must believe in this. It should be our what? Our strength. When all this nonsense, some of these Judas Iscariot, some of these Ishmaelites, that's what I call them, spirit of Ishmael and spirit of Judas Iscariot. When they begin to raise their ugly heads, we must look back. We must remember the words of God through the mouthpiece we call Hamadike One. And realize that, yes, they may try, temptations may come, but it's our job to resist and keep in line and look up to our leaders that will take us to that promised land. Again, I thank everyone for listening. We're going to continue with this program, this topic. It's another huge Pandora box we have opened. As we walk this journey together, I say, let everybody be blessed by Chukwu Okike Abiama. May your days be long. May your days be prosperous. May the new week bring us joy, happiness, harmony. Thank you from me. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, I continue reiterating what we do here is to try to make sense out of nonsense. Is to try to bring back our brains to reason, just like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done or has been doing. He started it, and we must continue. Because the main core of advancement is reasoning. Reasoning. There is something I noticed. Thomas Sankara, what that man did, many people don't even understand what that man did. They fully understand what that man was able to achieve in 4 years only. This man, Thomas Sankara, he entered power he started is a very vibrant, I think, was he up to whether 30 or 32 years that time. In 1983. This man entered power. You know, population, uneducated population didn't hinder him or didn't stop him or didn't frustrate or discourage him from his vision. A country that is mostly Sahel, a kind of desert area, it didn't stop him, it didn't discourage him. That willpower, this man started by communication. Started by energizing, making people to change the way they reason. That is why Chukwu Gozie Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he made it a duty to continue pinpointing that we should change the way we reason, because the problem we have is in the brain, is in the brain. Thomas Sankara started moving from one village to another, talking to people. The people gather, he go there, he talk to them, telling them that, look, you people depend on white people thinking that you can't do nothing. No, it's wrong. He now energized them into taking action, positive action, which yielded very heavy, big results. Thomas Sankara cut off anything aid, France aid, giving them money. He stopped it. He said, I don't want anything. We are human beings. We can do it. That time, according to statistics, Burkina Faso was only 10% literate. 10% that could read and write. Only 10% of the population. You know, there are things we don't look into deep. I want people to start looking. There are things we ignore, we take very light. But I continue studying about Thomas Sankara's system. How was this man able to achieve this great, very huge feat? Before he came, Thomas Sankara was a democracy. So-called democracy. You know, the thing that the Europeans used to keep us down, the same thing. Oh, democracy, okay, election, every 4 or 5 years, we go do the same thing, conduct the same ritual. People will be selected into office or elected depending on Western stooges, Western agents will be selected into office with the backing of Europe and America. You know, the same ritual as it is now in Nigeria. Election favor. The same people they have lined up. Many of them don't talk to Nigerian media, Nigeria people. They go to London, they speak there. They sign, they have closed door meetings with British prime ministers and sign things, but they are going to rule Nigeria, isn't it? Thomas Sankara came and showcased to the world that we can do it only if we want. Only if we are energized to do it. We change the mentality. He started going from place to place, region to region, talking to people to believe themselves. Though it will be hard a bit, but in the nearest future, the result, positive result will come on. People that were illiterate or considered to be illiterate, this man turned everybody into hard-working human beings. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And they entered into practice. Burkina Faso, without any France aid, without World Bank money or aid, the people that were every time they were being given money. Oh, they are dying of hunger. America will send aid. Europe, France will send all those hypocritical aids. Leftovers. But that time of the aid, of the help of this and that, American democracy in Burkina Faso, French backed democracy, they were being praised by the NGOs, human rights. Oh, you people are democratic, don't worry, keep it up. But they were dying of hunger. Their people were miserable. When Thomas Sankara handled the country, he turned the people into working machines. And within 4 years, Burkina Faso removed themselves, became food basket. People that were begging, you give them remaining maybe rice that is supposed to expire in 2 months. They will load it and give it to. I bet go give to Burkina Faso. They give them. Oh, from China. Oh, from Thailand. All this food that are, or because the eggs they cannot give you the best. They give you leftovers, things that are almost spoiled, things that in the next few days they will expire. So go and give to all these animals. It's a part of the eggs. They go and give you, and you are happy. Some of Sankara turned this thing, and these people, the countries in 4 years became exporters of food. Food became surplus in Burkina Faso. You see today how I saw Joe Biden praising the impostor when they visited the summit in America. Oh, you're a symbol of democracy. When foreigners praise you, you know that you are to the detriment of your people, you are in trouble. But they borrow money, they borrow in order to pay workers in Nigeria, but they are praising them. Do you see, we are in a mess in this generation, honestly. The West will not, they will not stop. They will continue. You see these people that are at the helms of affairs in Nigeria, in other places in Africa. Let me tell you, without revolution, we are going nowhere. We will continue suffering as a people until thy kingdom come. What the Europeans, what the West we fear, people rising up, a whole populations rising up and taking what belongs to them. Now you see them, they will draw back, saying, nah, these people, they will try to thwart, but no way. Thomas Sankara did miracle in Burkina Faso under 4 years. And who was used to kill him? A brother, a friend, a Burkinabe also, like him, following him, laughing with him every day. And all those gains Burkina Faso made in 4 years, this man, Blaise Compaoré, he reversed it under a twinkle of an eye. He reversed it. That is the problem. That is the problem. So, what am I saying? What we are doing here is to first of all touch your mentality, your psyche. As our leader have said, that reason like a human being. Let us go back to reasoning. That is the bedrock of Biafra restoration. Reasoning like a human being, critical thinking. Americans, they had to take sheep during the American Revolution or after it, before and after. People like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, they have to go to Europe for many months on sea, suffer, only to go to listen to awakening, meetings, speeches, to learn in Europe about enlightenment, for you to understand how important it is for them, so that they use the idea to get ideas to come back to America to experiment on it, and it worked. For you to understand that what we are doing here is trying to touch us, so that we go back to who we are. We start thinking, not what we are programmed to be. We have been practicing this program. They programmed us. What they programmed us to be, it was not working. Instead, we continue deteriorating as a people. Why not we go back and start thinking and say, look, tell ourselves the truth. Look, all these things is not working. This die by fire. Oh, devil, die by fire. Oh, miracle money. Oh, this it doesn't work. Instead, it's sprouting criminality. More, worst form of human beings are popping up. Why not we think? What we are doing is to stimulate us into reasoning, critical reasoning, what our leaders have instituted, so that we go back to who we are and start thinking. This is where I'm going to stop. Remember, once again, as I said, tomorrow I will be here with some members of the DOS, including our deputy HOD, Mazi Nzomike, and a whole host of others. Please, do not miss the program. It's going to be from, as usual, 7:30, please. Biafra time. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. Biafra is our identity. We have no other religion, neither identity other than Biafra. We must continue to spread this gospel and to let the world know. Yesterday we congratulate our people from 3 states that came out in Biafra land to protest, to tell the world that Nigeria is still illegally holding our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he must be released, that Nigeria should obey their court order. Therefore, we congratulate them. It is not easy. We must continue giving our hands, giving our quota onto this struggle. Do not allow somebody to make you vex and stop what you are doing. No. Kama ofuilu bayese, kama mga bono matufu enyem bono matotreya. That is the reality. So we should never allow provocations in order to stop us from doing what we are doing. Because this is our own thing. Biafra doesn't belong to one person. It's for us. You understand? So that is it. Therefore, we must continue doing what we are doing. Any way you can, you lend your hand. That is how the body functions. Thank you for listening. From me, from here, and together with Marien and Haider, it is simply good evening.